Good afternoon, everyone from Jaipur. This is R.L. Rainer. Are we all set?
Yes, sir. Good
Am I
afternoon.
audible to you?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So directors is coming within 2-3 minutes. So then we'll start, sir.
All right. Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, yes. Clearly.
Am I also visible to you?
No, sir.
Would you like me to be visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So tell me, I see 25 of you already there. So you are faculty colleagues of the NIT Sikkim or some others as well?
No, no, other institutes are also there. So total 150 participant registered there, both from NIT Sikkim and other institute.
Okay. So we have to wait for, this is the first session, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the first session.
Okay, so then it means we have to wait for some time, right?
Yes, yes.
वो डॉक्टर साहब से अपॉइंटमेंट ले लेना।
बात हो गया, वो चेक डॉक्टर साहब से चेक करके बताया। मैंने बता दिया 4 बजे के लिए बोल रखा है।
हाँ,
तो जैसे आप बोलेंगे लिंक भेज दूंगा।
जूम लिंक बोल दिया, उनको समझ आ गया वो।
हाँ,
इसके ऊपर वर्क करो। आपने खाना खाया? तो थोड़ा देर लगेगा आपको। मुझे ये इसमें शेयर वेयर कैसे, थोड़ा सा पहले इसको करो तो अच्छा रहेगा। तो
ये तो इसमें
Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, on behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Achintesh Narayan Bishwas, welcome you all to the AICTE sponsored 5-day faculty development program on NEP 2020 towards holistic education, organized by the National Institute of Technology, Sikkim. In this inaugural session of the faculty development program, we are fortunate to have among us respected Professor R.L. Raina, Vice Chancellor of J.K. Lakshmimat University, Jaipur, and Honorable Director of NIT Sikkim, Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil. I welcome you for your gracious presence despite your busy schedule. I extend my warm greetings to the deans, HODs, faculty, staff members of the institute, and all the participants. In this faculty development program, expert talks on various facets of NEP 2020 by leading academicians of this country have been arranged. There will be sessions on different thematic areas which include implementation of NEP 2020, opportunities and challenges, academic reforms, research and development activities of interdisciplinary nature, promotion of Indian language and cultures, national innovation and startup policy, and many more. I am very happy to inform you that a galaxy of eminent academicians will be sharing their expertise during different sessions of the event. And the list includes the likes of Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaram, Director IIT Guwahati, Professor Ajoy Kumar Rai, Director JIS IASR Kolkata and ex-director IIT Shibpur, Professor P.K. Jain, Director of NIT Patna, Professor Shyamsundar Pattanayak, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh, Sri Atul Kothari, National Secretary, SSUN, New Delhi, Dr. B.B. Biswal, Director of NIT Meghalaya, Professor Bansidhar Maji, Director of IIIT DM Kanchipuram, Professor K.K. Shukla, Director of NIT Jamshedpur, Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director of NIT Manipur, Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, Director of NIT Jalandhar, Professor Satish Kumar, Director NIT Kurukshetra, and Professor Rajat Gupta, Director of NIT Mizoram. We are delighted to inform you that more than 140 participants from various parts of India have registered for this event. We sincerely believe that various stimulating sessions to be organized in these 5 days will be a rewarding experience to all of you. Dear participants, we sincerely request you to give us your feedbacks. We assure you that all your suggestions as well as criticisms will be heartily accepted by the organizing committee and all necessary measures will be taken. National Education Policy 2020, as you all know, has already been approved by Union Cabinet of India on 29 July 2020, is aimed to transform the academic system of the country and to make it a knowledge superpower. This 5 days workshop has been organized specifically to learn about the academic reforms and the challenges associated with its implementation. To give us a thorough perspective of this program, I now invite Honorable Director of the Institute, Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, to address this August gathering. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I would like to welcome our chief guest of this workshop, Professor Rena. And I'm really happy that he has agreed to our call and spare some time out of his busy schedules. All of us are very, very thankful to him. I'm also thankful to the organizing team for this very important FTP on NEP 2020 and timely conceptualizing the various issues on which we can really deal with. I also welcome all the participants, faculty member and staff who are attending this workshop because this is, I think, is a very important step taken in last many years for improving the quality of education in India. With this, I give little bit background of this workshop in Hindi rather than in English. So, जो अपने देश भारत का अर्थ है ज्ञान में रत रहने वाला. जब शेष दुनिया लिखना पढ़ना नहीं जानती थी, तब अपने देश के हजारों गुरुकुलों में वेद की ऋचाएं पढ़ाई जाती थी, जहाँ की शिक्षा के साथ साथ अपने कल्याण की बातें भी बताई जाती थी, जैसे वसुदेव कुटुंबकम और सर्वे संतु निरामया. इस तरह के वाक्य, इस तरह की शिक्षाएं हमारे जो पुरानी शिक्षा पद्धति थी उसमें समाहित थी. और शुरू से ही हमें ये स्कूल्स में या कॉलेज में ये पढ़ाया गया कि पूरा विश्व ही हमारा एक परिवार है और सभी लोग निरोग हों, इसकी भावनाएं सभी में होनी चाहिए और उसी की तरफ हमें कार्य करना चाहिए. गुरुकुलों में धर्म, शिक्षा, विज्ञान, गणित, आयुर्वेद, न्याय जैसे विषयों के साथ साथ अभियांत्रिकी की भी शिक्षा दी जाती थी. जब शेष दुनिया के लिए सूर्य और चंद्र ग्रहण एक आश्चर्य था, तब हमारे आचार्य आगामी ग्रहण के बारे में वर्षों पूर्व एकदम सही सूचना देते थे और हम अपनी ज्योतिष विद्या से अच्छी तरह से वाकिफ हैं. शायद भारत ही एक ऐसा देश है जिसमें कि ज्योतिष जो विज्ञान है उसका जो उद्गम हुआ यहीं से हुआ और उसका जो ज्ञान है वो बहुत ही वैज्ञानिक है, मैथमेटिक्स पर बेस्ड है, इसलिए बड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट एक विज्ञान की शाखा मान सकते हैं उसको. नालंदा, विश्व तक्षशिला, विक्रमशिला जैसे प्राचीन विश्वविद्यालय हमारे मस्तक ऊंचा करते हैं. वहीं आर्यभट्ट, बरहामिहिर, शिरशुद्ध, पाणि जैसे विद्वानों की लंबी एक श्रृंखला है. यहाँ के विश्वविद्यालयों में बाहर से अनेक शोधार्थी एवं ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए छात्र अक्सर आया करते थे, आज भी आते हैं, लेकिन पुरानी जो हमारी विद्या थी शायद ज़्यादा तर्क संगत थी, इसलिए हम बाहर के लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम यहाँ अट्रैक्ट कर पाए. आज के संदर्भ में हम देखें तो जो हमारी नई पद्धति बनाई गई है वो सभी विद्यालयों में श्रेष्ठ शिक्षा प्रदान करने के लिए तथा जो हमारा पुराना गौरव है, जहां हम भारत को एक विश्व गुरु की श्रेणी में रखा करते थे, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने इस नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 का साकार किया है। और मुझे आशा है कि हम पूर्ण रूप से इसको अपने शिक्षण संस्थानों में लगा पाएंगे, जहाँ पे हम विभिन्न जो शिक्षा या जो व्यक्ति के निर्माण के लिए जो महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु होते हैं या महत्वपूर्ण जो हमारे स्तंभ होते हैं, उन पर हम अच्छी तरह से ध्यान दे पाएंगे और उसके सभी चरणों को हम अच्छी तरह से हम इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। एनईपी ड्राफ्ट में सार्वजनिक डोमेन में डालने के बाद मंत्रालय ने करीबन 2 लाख से अधिक सुझाव प्राप्त किए और उन्हीं सुझावों में को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो NEP 2020 है, वो जो मुख्यतः 5 स्तरों पर आधारित है: समानता, गुणवत्ता, किफायती शिक्षा, सभी के लिए पहुंच वाली शिक्षा और सभी का एक उत्तरदायित्व उसमें निहित होना चाहिए। ज्ञान के इस युग में जहां सीखने, अनुसंधान और नवाचार महत्वपूर्ण है, NEP 2020 भारत को एक मुख्य जीवंत ज्ञान केंद्र में बदल देना चाहता है। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सम्मान करते हुए NEP 2020 में संस्कृत सहित भारतीय भाषाओं को बढ़ावा देने के लिए पुरजोर कोशिश की गई है, जिसमें राष्ट्रभक्ति एवं अपनी भाषा और संस्कृति के प्रति गौरव हो। कई विदेशी भाषाओं को भी माध्यमिक स्तर पर पेश किए जाने का प्रावधान है। भारतीय सांकेतिक भाषा को देश भर में माननीकृत किया जाना एवं श्रवण दोष वाले छात्रों के लिए राष्ट्रीय एवं राज्य पाठ्यक्रम विकसित किए जाएंगे। छात्रवृत्ति की उपलब्धता को व्यापक बनाने, ओपन व डिस्टेंस लर्निंग के लिए बुनियादी ढांचा को मजबूत करने, ऑनलाइन शिक्षा एवं प्रौद्योगिकी के उपयोग को बढ़ाने जैसे पहलुओं में को NEP में विस्तृत रूप से महत्व दिया गया है। यह शिक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए महत्वपूर्ण सुधार है। इस सप्ताह चलने वाले ऑनलाइन संख्या विकास कार्यक्रम, जिसमें विभिन्न IIT, NIT और अन्य प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों से यशस्वी वक्ता NEP 2020 के मुख्य बिंदुओं पर चर्चा करेंगे तथा हमें मार्गदर्शन करेंगे। जैसा कि डॉक्टर अचिंतेश ने बताया कि हमने बहुत सारे जो एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट किया और हम सभी को आभार व्यक्त करते हैं और धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारी जिस रिक्वेस्ट को मान करके और अपने व्यस्ततम समय में से कुछ समय निकाल करके इस वर्कशॉप को एक लाभप्रद उद्गम बनाने में हमारा सहयोग किया। मैं आशा करता हूं कि ये जो भी वर्कशॉप हम यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, वो सभी जितने भी हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनके लिए, सभी के लिए एक फायदेमंद शामिल होगी और सभी के लिए एक मार्गदर्शन का कार्य करेगी। इसी के साथ मैं सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कार्यशाला में अपना भाग लेकर के सुनिश्चित किया कि हम इसको अच्छी तरह से हम इसको संपन्न कर पाएं। साथ ही साथ अंत में मैं पुनः आलय रैना सर को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने हमें अपना मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करने के लिए हमारी जो एक रिक्वेस्ट थी उसको स्वीकार किया। और इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and giving us the perspective of this FDP. Moving further, we are delighted to have among us Professor Aril Raina, Vice Chancellor of J.K. Lakshmi University, Jaipur, as the chief guest of this inaugural session. Although Professor Raina needs no introduction to the academic fraternity of this country, it is my honor to say a few words about him. Before taking over as the Vice Chancellor of JKLU, Dr. Raina was a professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, where he, over and above his core academic assignments, contributed immensely to institution building in areas like planning and development, research and consulting, academic leadership, placements, library, computer center, student and alumni affairs, and corporate communication and media relations. He had various administrative positions like Dean, Planning and Development, member of the Board of Governors and Academy Advisory Bodies of several prestigious educational institutions in the country. Director Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, and Chairman nominee of Kendriya Vidyalaya Samiti (IIML). Apart from being an able institution builder, Dr. Raina's contribution in core academic areas are many and varied. In terms of research, he has authored 9 and edited 13 bestseller books, journal volumes, and conference seminar proceedings. Dr. Raina has published 87 research papers in national and international level peer-reviewed journals and has also presented 135 papers in national and international conferences and seminars. For his multifaceted contributions, Dr. Raina holds the unique distinction of having bagged several top professional scholarships and awards, including the Fulbright Award, the British Council Fellowship, SIS Fellowship. Few of the awards received include Top Rankers Excellence Award for Academic Leadership, 2016 AGPA Distinguished Lifetime Achievement Award conferred by Academy of Global Business Advancement USA, IIT LIS Professor Jaginder Singh Rajdev Lifetime Achievement Award 2015. Dr. Raina was felicitated on the occasion of National Youth Day celebrations organized by the GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttarakhand, as a part of National Conference on Skilling India for Youth Empowerment during January 12-13, 2017, in recognition of his contribution in national building. Exemplary Academic Leadership Award 2017 by the Business World and the Education Post, Visionary Leaders of India Award, Distinguished Service Award, and Lifetime Achievement Awards for the year 2018 by MPLA on the occasion of his national seminar TSLRS 2018. With this, now it's my honor to invite Professor Raina to kindly say a few words on this inaugural program.
All right, and I will do that with utmost pleasure. Dr. Biswas, thank you so very much for this humbling introduction. I don't know, with the very high sounding words that you have used, whether I'll be able to live to the expectations of a wonderful audience of faculty. Well, let me take this opportunity to express my most sincere gratitude to Professor Govil for giving me an opportunity to be talking to you on something which I hold very close to my chest. I love this document, National Education Policy 2020, and I have done quite a bit of study, research, and work on it. So when Govil Sahab asked me to, be available with all of us in this meeting, I grabbed that opportunity because by interacting with people like you, I think I'll be in a way acting as some small kind of an ambassador for this very wonderful document which we have got now. Right. So thank you, Govil Sahab and your team, for reposing your trust and faith and confidence in me and giving me opportunities once a while. So I was there with a group of NIT Sikkim about a couple of weeks back only. So what I shared with them was something like, how do we make our pedagogy, which is learner centric? So that was the session I had with some of you. So I will be just drawing very heavily on what I said there. The only point will be here to connect the dots as to what I meant by learner-centric educational pedagogy, right? So here I may also talk about not only just the pedagogy, I may also talk about the course curriculum. I may also talk about a little on the assessment and evaluation. So I will just use the minutes that are available to me to tell you about what I have understood of this national education policy as a person who is just a teacher, and I see most of you here accepting the honorable director. We are all teachers in the first place, and he also by his heart is a good teacher because I've learned a lot from him. Now tell me, have I, as you said, Dr. Biswas, I'll say a few words because I thought I was supposed to be talking to the group for an hour and a half. So
Yeah, yes.
You have to talk nearly 1.5 hours. No problem.
Right. So I will not say few words. I may say little
Yeah.
more. Right?
Okay. Okay.
I have that permission.
Yes. Yes.
ना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा जब गोविल साहब ने इतनी विस्तृत जानकारी दे दी इस मोनूमेंटल डॉक्यूमेंट के बारे में. Is it, Govil Saab, okay if I use Hindi and English both, or you want me to be speaking only in English?
I think it would be okay. I don't know about much about the participant, but it's okay. I think mixture is okay. I think that would be much better.
Okay. Whichever way. I know a little bit of English, but I don't know that much of Hindi as you spoke.
फिर हमको तो पढ़ना पड़ेगा, इंग्लिश आता ही नहीं है फिर.
नहीं.
I think better रहेगा, हिंदी इंग्लिश थोड़ा मिक्स रहेगा तो I think.
चलिए बहुत अच्छा सर, जैसे आदेश. नहीं, मैं आपको बताऊं, आप साथियों ये बताओ, आप में से देखो यहाँ चैट बॉक्स है, उपलब्ध कराया है ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने, तो मैं ना जो भी बोलता रहूंगा उसके बीच बीच में मेरी आदत है, क्योंकि टीचर ही हूं ना बेसिकली, तो मैं आपको कुछ क्विज क्वेश्चंस भी पूछता रहूंगा, तो मना माइंड ना करना. महाराणा जी, कवर पेज का कलर कैसा है, आपने देखा है? आनंद जी, कवर पेज का कलर कैसा है, ब्रॉड बेस्ड कैसा है?
NEP 2020 it is only written, sir. Namaskar, sir.
नमस्कार. नहीं, आप ओरली नहीं बोलेंगे, आप चैट बॉक्स में बोलेंगे. मैं सिर्फ पूछ रहा हूँ उसका कलर, पेज का कलर कैसा है, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. अगर जब, क्योंकि मेरा एक ही विनम्र निवेदन है, आई हैव ओनली वन रिक्वेस्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, बिकॉज वी आर टीचर्स, वी आर द पीपल हु आर affected by what is written there in each and every word. That's why my request to all of us, including me, is let us have an opportunity to go through that document. I am not saying you have to do deep research on it, but at least you should be familiar with the fundamental principles which are the backbone of this document, right? So I would just urge each and every one of you, please, it won't take you much time. Just have a look, glance through. I'm not asking you to be researchers on it. No, that is not what I'm asking. But I want you to just glance through the document, right? So some of you have answered this question very rightly. So just for some of you who have not seen it, I will be sharing this document after the presentation is over with Govil Saab, and it is available to all of you. So my first request is, it's running into pages, but just have a look at some of these key areas, because अभी डॉक्टर विश्वास ने बताया ना कि ये 4, 5, 6, 7 एरियाज हम लोग इस वर्कशॉप के माध्यम से डिस्कस करेंगे. अरे अच्छे रिसोर्स पर्सन they have got in touch with very good resource persons. They will talk to you on those areas. Like somebody said, somebody will talk about implementation, somebody will talk about academic reform, somebody will talk about research and development, somebody will talk about languages, why languages are given the treatment that they have been, and somebody will talk about the innovation aspect of it. So what I am saying is, after Govil Saab circulates this document to you, it is easy, it is available in soft copy. I will share it right away after the session. So please go through this. Over and above what the sessions in your schedule have been shown by Dr. Biswas, right? Take a look at one area in particular, which is principles of this national education policy. है ज्यादा नहीं, 15-20 मोटे फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स हैं इसमें, उनको जरूर आप एक बार पढ़िए, बिकॉज एक टीचर की लाइफ उनसे जुड़ी हुई है, एक एकेडमिक की लाइफ उन सारे फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स के साथ जुड़ी हुई है. तो उस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए सबसे पहले मैं तो आपको उसका शक्ल दिखाऊंगा, क्योंकि आंसर एक आध का सही आया, सबका देख पा रहे हैं आप? आर यू एबल टू सी? Were you able to see?
Sir, it is not visible now. You have to open that files.
I will open that, but I want one of you. I want Biswas sir to be unmuted so that I can get the response. Right?
Sure, sir. It is visible, sir.
Huh? Is it visible?
The folder is visible, sir.
Yeah, I wanted you to have a look at it. It is running into several pages, right?
Yeah.
So I will be sharing it with Govil sir and also or Biswas sir so that you can take a look. But of all the areas that Biswas sir said, you will have good amount of resource persons. I'm just requesting you to also take a look at the fundamental principles behind this education policy. That's all I'm saying, right? Okay, that was one. So I'll share it right away after the end. Then let me share with you upfront a couple of things which you should know. Second question: do you also know its predecessor? When had its predecessor come about? What was the year that its predecessor had come out, which was talking about reforms in education? It was also a policy document on education. When had that come? No, this came into 2020, but I'm talking about its predecessor. When had that come? You have to be aware of it. Yes, I think yes, Ollie had said it rightly. It had come out in 1986, right? You are right. But all of us must be aware of it. See, after 1986, and we see the document in 2020. How many years? 34 plus years. 34 plus years. And this document, NEP 2020, also took 4 years. It took 4 years for the team, so ably headed by none other than Dr. Kasturi Rangan. Dr. Kasturi Rangan, fortunate for me, I had 2-3 rounds of discussion with him when this policy was being drafted, crafted, discussed, deliberated upon. So that is my kind of association with this policy document. I had whole lots of questions, clarifications, observations on one or the other aspect of this policy. I'll tell you what were those a little later. But we had a document, we had a policy document in 1986. Trust you me, in principle, that did not see the light of the day on any of the major things that the policy had talked about. Why? Because the policy was designed, developed, and delivered without much consultation of the people who matter for its implementation, who matter for its execution, who matter for its putting in place. So that is where the policy came and the policy stayed. It had wonderful recommendations. It had good, but it did not, get really implemented in letter and spirit. So that we do not want to see this National Education Policy 2020 meeting the same fate as Govil Sab mentioned very rightly. This is one of the documents of its kind which has seen in a country like India, the largest amount of involvement of people. There were who's who in education leadership: vice chancellors, directors, deans, heads of institutions, of universities, of colleges, of primary education, of secondary education, numbering over 100,000 who were taken confidence of, who were consulted. So this committee has discussed and deliberated upon it with almost all the stakeholders, not just the education leaders, but the but the other stakeholders. It could be government, it could be parents, it could be guardians, it could be any and everybody. It could be those who have been the products of the education system of the country, in the country, abroad, at various levels, schools, colleges, universities. So it's a very, very largely consulted document that has come to us. Why I'm emphasizing on that? I'm emphasizing on that just because of one simple factor. Hey, if the document has come about, it is not a brain work, or it is not the homework, it is not the hard work of a chosen few who are there mentioned in the policy document, but it is largely through the involvement of all that who matter to make sure that Indian education system is comparable to the best of the best education systems of the world. So with that confidence, I'm trying to tell you, I'm also delighted when you have chosen the theme to discuss and deliberate upon NEP 2020 towards holistic education. I have liked that word holistic, which means the purpose of education at whatever level you are, in a school, in a college, in a university, or even beyond college. You are not providing education just to make engineers from engineering colleges or universities, just to make doctors from medical colleges, just to make managers from MBA colleges, just to make designers from design colleges, or any and every strata. So you're not just making them professionals in those areas. You are, through this new education policy, aiming to produce holistic individuals, complete individuals, integrated individuals who are the proud ambassadors and proud citizens of this great nation. I hope you understand. So it is not aimed at producing just the engineers or just the subject specialists. The aim is to produce ultimately a complete human being who knows why he or she exists, and who knows why he or she, what can he or she do for the society at large. So that is where I'm glad that you have also chosen that it is holistic education, right? So taking upon these two basic points, that it's one of the documents which has come about through a large amount of consultation with those who matter in educational leadership, in education implementation, and ultimate end users of education. When I say ultimate end users of education, because employers year on year basis have been cribbing about, yeah, you produce the people, you give all kinds of inputs to them, but they are not employable. So it is the document which is really talking about, what can the educational institutions do to produce, to nurture, to groom the people who are successful in their lives. And what does that mean? Successful if they are easily employable, if they are easily to do what is expected of them. So that is another beauty of this document. Now, I will just said my theme of discussion is what is there in this document which makes it learner centric, right? So I will use my slide now. Let me see if I can. Are you able to see it?
That the folder is visible, but we could not see the slides.
Huh?
Presentation is open. Have you opened the presentation?
I have.
Then in a window, you have to select that presentation. I think folder has been selected.
Karo, yeah, just help me.
Yes. Now present now and then a window. And in window, I think you have multiple options.
Yeah, let me see.
One is folder, another might be presentation.
Window. Yeah. Sure. Is something visible now?
Okay, it's okay now.
Is it visible now?
Yes,
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 sir.
yes.
So, how do I?
Full screen, I think. Where is the full screen?
Huh?
F5 will also work. F5
F,
on your keyboard.
F5?
Yeah. Press simply F5. Yes. Oh. Again, sir, you have to present now. It's closed. Again. Hello. Your mic is off. Mic.
Are you able to see the slide?
No. Slide will not be. Again, you have to do present now.
Just. Window. No.
Present now. Window.
Window. Is it visible now?
Now it's visible. Now it's okay.
But it is visible. I'm not able to see you. All right, let's continue that way. Next. Okay. So,
फुल स्क्रीन ले लिया होगा इसलिए हम विजिबल नहीं होंगे आपको.
कोई बात नहीं. Yeah, I have done it full screen. So,
Okay.
point is you must catch up with my points. So, as I said, this is the talk on learner-centric teaching learning process. Now, why do I say? Because this national education policy is one document of all the documents that we have seen on education policy thus far of the country and many other countries. I have seen it, studied it, its previous versions, and many other documents of many other countries, right? So this is one document which is talking about student centricity, which is talking about learner centricity, which means it is helping, facilitating the youth of this country, the students of this country to pursue the passion. Whatever they are passionate about, if you look at the learning, teaching and learning philosophy in national education policy, it is all geared towards helping the youth and the students of this great nation to pursue what they are passionate about. Now look at this I was talking about. What do they mean in the context of national education policy? Any and every document talks about you must be designing a curriculum which is contemporary. Now this every document has been talking about, every university has been talking about, but this is the document which talks about how can you make your course curriculum contemporary. So whatever bodies are there in the university, in the college, in the institute, which are deciding about what kind of course curriculum should be there, what kind of content should be there, what kind of pedagogy should be put in place, what kind of assessment and evaluation mechanism should be put in place. That is not per se to be decided alone by academics. Yes, academics are the core to that decision-making process, but it talks about making sure that you involve the stakeholders, which is predominantly from the industry. Whether you have a board of studies, whether you have faculty body, whether you have academic council, make sure that they are represented. If not more, but at least 40-60 in the ratio of academics and industry. So then only this fundamental principle that whatever you will decide in terms of curriculum will be contemporary. Okay, so that is what is being talked and deliberated and discussed upon. Everybody would say, sir, we have been doing it, but look at what are your boards, what are your academic councils, what are your faculty bodies, and see if it is not for name. If we are talking about, hey, we must have, let us say, the cutting edge stuff on marketing, because I'm a teacher in management, communication to be precise. So if I'm having to design and develop a course on marketing, so we would ensure that there are people who have practiced digital marketing. Then only he can tell me to introduce this component of this course in marketing course, which talks about digital marketing. Or if I'm having a course on any other area, make sure the people there are not for the namesake. They may be from industry, but you have to be very, very watchful that those people are there because of their contribution to that particular area. So if I'm looking for an expert in artificial intelligence or machine learning or mechatronics or Internet of Things or any of those cutting edge areas, so we would blend the bodies, academic bodies, at various levels with those kinds of people from the industry, from the practice. That's why it is now talking about, you don't have to be too much worrying about PhDs. Let you hire people as associate professor of practice, as full professor of practice, because it is they who will bring in contemporariness to the curriculum. It is they who will bring in contemporariness to the pedagogy. It is they who will bring many other things. So all I am saying is learner centricity is the key to all these principles. You talk about contemporary curriculum. Similar is the view of flexibility, right? Let the person choose what he wants to be specializing in, what he wants to do in his life, right? So the amount of flexibility has been built in. You'll be surprised to know our university is a very young university, 10 years of age. And we are into 3 areas. We are not into many areas. We are into, let us say, management, we are into engineering and technology, and we are into design through 3 of our institutions. Very, very young university, very small university. And we see small is always beautiful, and young has given us many opportunities to work the way we want to work. So flexibility, what does it mean? It means if there are areas which are needed by a management graduate, and surely everybody talks about design. So can he opt for a course? Can he take a course from design with as much credits as is available there? Or a student of design, can he look at some course on marketing? Similarly, a student in engineering, can he look on some management course? So that is what this flexibility is built into the system. Earlier, we used to call it, there should be a good component from the humanities and social sciences, but it is giving the national education policy talks about it in very, very good way. It also talks about similar lines on multidisciplinariness. It does talk about no hard separations. It does talk about using very heavily these massive online open courses, right? Several courses. I have been discussing with the people who have designed, delivered, developed these MOOCs courses. So I just came when we started working on that with our students, we found some difficulties. So we made sure that we have faculty doing those courses in the first place, so that when we allow those courses as part of the curriculum, I mind you, as part of the curriculum, then they are those curated courses with a little bit of help from the faculty who has done it. And there are plethora of courses. They are available. People have been going. Our students must have completed thousands of such courses from Coursera and many other platforms. But this has integrated, this national education policy talks about, integrating such kind of courses with the mainstream. Credit bank concept is there. Multiple entry and exit options. People have different opinions about it, but I would say it is facilitating for the working professionals to come in and go out at different points of time. Well, it is too early, but in principle, it appears okay. It appears okay, not for only working professionals, but for people who have exigencies of all kinds of things, right? So it can take care of that. Okay, it does talk about building these critical skill sets and competencies. I talked about it in the last interaction with some of you, where it says, hey, your graduates have to be definitely engineers or managers or designers or lawyers or medical professionals, but make sure that they are equipped with some core skill sets and competencies. So this creativity and critical thinking is one such course. There are many such courses. I'll talk about those a little later. So education policy talks about building these skill sets and competencies in the youth of the country. Life skills, similarly, it does talk about our core areas. What are the various kinds of life skills that you have to equip your students with? They must know India. They must know not only India in all its facets. They must know what is education in India, what is culture of India, what is, let us say, politics in India, let us say what is history of India, many other facets of India, so that they know and love and respect their country. This was what irrespective of this national education policy, wherever I had an opportunity to work and wherever I had an opportunity to implement it, I made sure that there was a course or two for each and every student, irrespective of what discipline he was pursuing, where he could or she could know a little more about the country. So it was just India, a reference annual kind of thing. I'm sure some of you must have seen that publication, India, a reference annual, which is brought out by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting year-on-year basis. So made sure that people in the country, the students of this country, know India, know its politics, know its science, know its technology, know its sports, know its culture, know its history, all the facets of the country, know its economy. So similarly, sensitizing the youth of this nation on, this is where I quite agree when you say, hey, towards holistic education, sensitizing the youth of this country on constitution-like fundamental documents. Now, we do celebrate in education institutions year after year Republic Day. We do celebrate Independence Day. We do celebrate 2nd of October, right? So even on such occasions, when we say, hey, why do we celebrate Republic Day? Trust you me, my experience has been the answers are not that forthcoming, because they have never looked at what the Constitution is. Who were the people behind making that Constitution? What was the rationale? What was the logic? What was the preamble of the Constitution? What does it talk about? What is there in it for me as an Indian citizen? So if an education policy like document advocates on such kind of values and areas, then probably it is bound to produce integrated and holistic youth and the students of this country. New age technologies. This is another area which I liked in this document, is that the document talks about let the youth undergoing education at various levels, schools, colleges, universities, be aware of what are these new age, trendy, romantic, upcoming technologies. It doesn't say, or one doesn't infer that they want us to make these people experts in these technologies, but awareness is what they are talking about. Are our managers, are our engineers, are our any branch of knowledge pursuers, are they aware of what Internet of Things is? Are they aware what artificial intelligence is, what mechatronics is, what machine learning is? So that when they are out of the systems, they are not taken aback when somebody talks to them in these terms. That is what precisely the document talks about. Please make sure that the youth of this country are aware of what are today's trendy upcoming technologies, so that when they are out of these systems, they know what are they, what is the world of work, how they have to understand what are the various kinds of things that are coming up, that are there and that are going to come. Because I know we may sensitize our students today on n number of technologies. By the 4 years they complete their degree, those technologies will be obsolete. But at least they will have a hang and feel and flavor that, you know, we have to be all the time looking for what is new, what is innovative, right? That's what this document talks about. It also talks about this rote learning to be replaced by something like experience and project-based learning. So it says learn by doing. It emphasizes on that. And our experience, let me have the permission to share with you. So this came about in 2020, but in 2018 we were thinking at this university, let us see what does it really mean when we say project-based learning. And is it doable in a country like India? Is it doable by teachers in Indian setting and Indian context? Is it doable on Indian students? So we struggled quite a bit on that to begin with. We struggled quite a bit on that because we are not clear. Faculty was apprehensive, students were having all kinds of doubts. Then we tried to understand what really project-based learning was all about from an institution which is known the world over on project-based learning. It's a small little college in US, right? So All-in College of Engineering to be precise. So we sent some of our faculty members to that place. We also got the faculty from that place to mentor our faculty and students. And at the end of that exercise of training faculty, getting the faculty from that place to us, we thought, okay, it is not that easy, but it is not that difficult also. It is not that impossible. We know what our problems are in Indian context. We know what our students are like. We know what our faculty are. We can give it a try. So immediately we took some steps and have introduced project-based learning. Now it may appear to most of us there is nothing new in project-based learning, but my submission, it is not that in each and every course you ask students to work on a project and that is what is project-based learning. No, each and every session is a facilitative session and done in studios where each and every concept, each and every theory, each and every model is duly illustrated in an application orientation. So people get to learn while they are doing what they are doing. So it has had some bumps. It is not that it was that rosy and welcoming, but for the last 2-3 years, now that seems to have stabilized and students are enjoying, faculty are enjoying, and more importantly, they are getting into designing and developing some more innovative projects and which are visible from distance. So the document emphasizes very, very strongly about project-based learning or experiential learning or learning to learn environments, right? It does talk about diversity. I did not explain, many other documents have talked about. So if we have all of this in place, I'm just saying, not only is the education policy student-centric, facilitating them to pursue what they are passionate about, but it is also in such a fashion which will make sure the claim that national education policy has made, that once this is in place, will be able to reduce the illiteracy rate among the youth, which is right now the rate is about 19% or 20%. It is aimed at making sure it is 50% by the end of 2030. I think this is basically the fundamental shift in the approach to education, which gives me the impression that it is realizable, it is achievable. We may be, because where are the dropouts happening? They happen not at the school level that much. They happen when people go to pursue higher education. Now, if this is the policy which helps them to pursue what they are passionate about, why should they drop out? They will not drop out. They will come to pursue higher education in an area which they are passionate about. That's why I'm saying even that goal of reaching 50% by 2030 is, to my mind, achievable. A look at what I was trying to explain is, if you look at what does this document talk about when it says learner centricity. Learner centricity. It talks about contemporaneous in curriculum. So I did tell you all our policy making bodies on the course curriculum are having a blend of academic and industry. Not per se industry, because they have worked in that. Yes, a conscious decision is taken to ensure that there is a member from industry. He should have or she should have demonstrated some kind of contribution in that particular area for which he or she is inducted into the various boards or bodies of the curriculum. Experiential pedagogy, I said we are into project-based learning, and the help extended to us by Olive College of Engineering is what we are working. You may have questions, please jot them down with you. When I stop after a while, I'll solicit those questions and try to answer in my way to the extent possible. So it does talk about, and that is the beauty of project-based learning or experiential learning or learning to learn. So it is continuous assessment. In fact, in our engineering programs, what we are trying to do is each and every session has its learning outcomes, has its learning objectives. So at the end of the session, we do assess as to what have we achieved as an instructor and what have the students achieved as the students. So there is continuous assessment. It is not midterm based or it is not end term based. And that is what this document also talks about. Bring in continuity in assessments. Don't leave it towards the end of it or at some point in time, because if you see some session has gone okay, then you learn from that and bring in those features in the next session. But if you see the session has not gone the way it should have gone, there is difficulty in honing the learning components, then you revise, you modify, you edit whatever you have to. Okay, so that is what is it being talked about in this. Now, coupled with it, which I could not see much about that in the policy document. What we have tried to ensure here is continuous feedback from the students. Now, it is not the broad-based general feedback which the students will take. Oh, if we give a negative feedback, we are penalized. No, it is number one, anonymous, surely, but it is specifically talking about 7-8 components of the course design and delivery. So where it is very objective, right? How far have the learning outcomes been understood by you? So tell us, illustrate that. So we get a real picture as to what has happened in the session and what has happened to the learning outcomes. How are the students vis-a-vis that? And we do it regularly and religiously and make some amendments, on session to session basis. Today morning when I came to my office, I had a feedback assessment on my table. So we could see very clearly, and it was not an exercise to penalize faculty, no, or to do reward right away faculty, no. The exercise was looked at, hey, how could this session go so well with this faculty in this class, and how could the same session not go so well in another class? So likewise, we could connect the things and suggest to the faculty, maybe this is a better way. Maybe illustrating the concept with something which is relevant live today. For example, there was an inaugural, I had to deliver a small speech in today's inaugural session of National Science Day. I told them upfront, when I was delivering the inaugural address, I said, I will share with you what I have to share with you on the importance of celebrating National Science Day. I'll say what I have to say for 15 minutes, but at the end of it, I will have 5 quiz questions for all of you. So keeping them alert, glued to what I said for 15 minutes, I could see, the answers came up. For example, I told them, hey, can you tell me what does PSLV stand for? What does PSLV stand for? So the other question was, for example, how many satellites were taken by this PSLV to the orbit? what was one special satellite from which country, and what was the name of that satellite. Likewise, what is Raman effect, if you could answer? It was a quiz question. So similarly, what I am trying to say is devising some assessment and evaluation mechanisms do bring a lot more clarity as to how has the pedagogy been, how has the course curriculum been, and so on and so forth. We also made sure that students do learn in the classroom. There is no second word. But knowing what we have seen during the last 1 year in COVID pandemic, we saw there were very many gaps in making sure that the students understood us and we understood students. We did experience certain hiccups, we experienced certain bumps. So to make sure those kinds of hiccups and bumps were overcome, we made sure that the students do attend the university once in a while. We made sure that these services, facilities were available to them. Of course, online only, but reaching out to them. Again, to make sure that they make the most of what they learn in the classroom, we provided them opportunities to learn as much as was possible beyond the classroom, right? So if you look at the slide which I'm showing on the left, this is our teaching learning philosophy, which we have been talking about. Now, which does say that we will emphasize on the core for which the students have come to us. They have come to us for management, they have come to us for design, they have come to us for engineering. In engineering, they have come to us for mechanical, electrical, computer science, so on. So there won't be any compromise on the core domain. We'll do everything possible so that they are equipped with the basic core domain. No compromise on that. But just that they will learn everything to make them a complete engineer or a manager or a designer from those disciplines is not good enough. So we must give them an opportunity to provide as much breadth as possible from other disciplines. So we offer a wide array of interdisciplinary electives. So they could be from technology, arts, culture. They could be from interdisciplinary areas. They could be from learning from liberal arts. Can you imagine our engineering students learning from a professor in history? Not dates, but the perspective. Time will not permit me to share with you that story. This is what I am trying to say, to build perspectives of students, of connecting the dots in whatever core domain they are pursuing. We have added on to this knowledge cycle or our teaching learning cycle, the interdisciplinary domain. So we say that we need to develop professionally, because our commitment to our students is, and that's what this national education policy says. That's what this national education policy says, that it has to be learner-centered, because they have come to us to be successful. And mere providing them domain-oriented knowledge will not make them successful for their life. So what are those areas that they need to be equipped with is what we do on professional development. You'll be happy to know, you will also see it from the next slide, that some of the centers of excellence that we have built at the university. There's a Center for Communication and Critical Thinking, right? There is a Center for Data Sciences. There is a Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. There is a Center for Logistics and Supply Chain. So I'm not talking to you about those centers per se, but one Center for Communication and Critical Thinking, which over a period of time has, through a set of 6 courses, is aiming at helping students to do 3 things. Are they able to think critically? Are they able to solve problems? Are they able to communicate effectively? Because this is what is in sync with national education policy. It says, are you able to build students who are inquisitive? Now, a course like Thinking Critically helps them to become inquisitive minds. The moment you are an inquisitive mind, you will be able to identify a problem. And the moment you are able to identify a problem, you are the best next to none to solve that problem. Major issue in a country like India, which is abounding in nature. The flora is at its best in India, the fauna is at its best. So when it is at its best in every other thing, it is also abounding in problems. but to identify a particular problem worth studying and researching is difficult. So if you are doing anything and everything possible to make sure that the youth is able to develop himself, the critical thinking power, then he is able to identify a problem. And the moment he is able to identify a problem, he for sure knows how to solve the problem. Because if he had no clue, or if she had no clue to solve the problem, he will not identify the problem, right? And then on top of it, he is to be communicating effectively. I talked about in the last session also, hey, when these youth go out from the universities or educational institutions or colleges like NIT, then the most sought after skill sets and competencies aren't only whether he knows civil engineering or mechanical engineering or computer science, is he a good programmer? It is not just the requirement. The requirements are surely those areas, but more than that, is the person able to identify a problem? Is the person able to solve a problem? Is he able to communicate effectively? Can he think creatively and critically? Is he able to take a decision? Is he able to work with teams? Can he negotiate? Can he, all of those kinds of things, which I explained last time through some survey-based researches, that these are the kind. So this center, with the help of various courses, is aiming at attempting these three areas: problem solving, critical thinking, and effective communication. So how does it do it? Courses, I told you, are 6 in number. These are the courses: fundamentals of communication in semester 1, critical thinking and storytelling semester 2, perspectives on contemporary issues in semester 3, communication and identity semester 4, understanding and managing conflict semester 5, critical thinking for decisions at workplace semester 6. So this is how we have tried to build these courses through the Center of Communication and Critical Thinking to develop not just the soft skills, but the life skills, which National Education Policy 2020 talks about building skill sets and competencies in the youth of this nation over and above the subject domains. It also talks about equipping the students, equipping the youth. If you remember what I showed you in the slide on the principles of this National Education Policy, it does talk about making sure your students are conscious of fundamental things like constitution of the country, history of the country, or some of the upcoming issues and challenges of sustainability, of ethics, of governance, of whatever you name, SDGs. So those are the kinds of things also, the students are exposed to those also. Well, they may take different shapes. They may not be as full-fledged courses of 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit, but they have a credit. It could be half a credit, and it could not be through any other mode other than a workshop. So this is how we have tried to make sure that the students are exposed to those areas which they have to be sensitized on, like culture, like values, like ethics, like compassion, like attitude of gratitude, like Constitution of India, like all of them. So 3 things you must know and register. How do we do it? And I will welcome your observations on that. Is that the right way? Or you can suggest some other way. So suppose, for instance, I have to sensitize them on sustainability issues. COVID-19 has prompted and triggered us to make sure that your students, our students, are aware of what are the various sustainability issues, what are the various challenges that the country is facing, whether it is in water, whether it is in transport, whether it is in forestation, all of that. So we do not sensitize the students by just lectures by academic experts on that. No, we don't do that. If there's a person who has contributed in any area of sustainability, be it related to water, and has richly contributed to that, so if he or she comes and does a workshop of about 4 hours with students, students will remember the key takeaways and learnings out of that session for their life. And not only that, they will try to start thinking of what was in it for them as a student right from the moment they are out of the class. I saw it myself happening because I also participated in one of the sessions on sustainability, on environment, on water, on many other areas. So what we are saying is, over and above equipping the students, which the National Education Policy talks about when it says the policy is student-centric. The policy is aiming at holistic development. We, apart from the core areas which the students have to be taught, also expose to them these courses which we say is life skill, which is we say is soft skill, which we say at times is hard skill. Whatever you name, you give them, but this is how it is. I told you these are the kinds of courses. You can ask me what the objective of, for instance, this course or that course. I'll tell you. Okay, so all of them is focused on building confidence, teamwork, improving presence and communication, increasing awareness on various areas, providing exposure to, there's a course on contemporary issues. Can you imagine? Can you guess what are we trying to teach students through that course? It's also a 2-credit course on contemporary issues, right? So see, it's an informal setting. People sit, relax, talk, deliberate upon, involve, engage with excitement, of course. I will spend five minutes more on telling you something special about a course with which we started the experiment. This is called as C course, C learning, and the full form is social, emotional, and ethical learning, C learning. Well, the genesis of this course is I did do it first time in 2019, right? I did this course in 2019 with our MBA students, and the kind of joy, the kind of satisfaction, the kind of pleasure it gave me was phenomenal. More than me, the amount of joy or happiness or satisfaction or delight it gave to these happy students was phenomenal. So what triggered me to do this course? Again, learner-centric. Again, pursuing the passion for the students. Again, National Education Policy helping us to develop students as holistic individuals. What prompted me to do this course in 2019, before pandemic, was one simple reason that a colleague of mine, who is our True Vice Chancellor, Mr. Ashish Gupta, he said there is a university in US, Emory University, which have designed, developed, and delivered a course on C learning. And I saw that is a very wonderful course, right? Given the way you are, you have some idea, you have been talking to me, sir, can you do that course? Yeah, C learning course, I don't know S of C learning course, how can I do it? He said, sir, that is the course done by Emory University. So if you could take a look at that, maybe you'll be happy. You'll be interested in it. Well, I did religiously took a look at that Emory University's course outline on C learning. Now, more than what was written on the website about the C learning, it was really a pleasant surprise for me to know that the person in whose name and honor they have decided to launch this course was none other than His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Now, trust you me, my dear faculty colleagues, the moment I heard that it is based on what His Holiness had told them and they have gone in for this course, I better learn this course myself. Because I had good fortune of interacting with His Holiness Sri Dalai Lama on a couple of occasions, and I had listened to him. So compassion was oozing from what he was saying. Mindfulness, he was what he was saying and how he was saying. So all those areas were oozing from his thought, word, and deed. I said, let me go through this course. I went religiously through this course for about 3 months. The moment I was convinced I can do it, and I should do it, and we as a university must do it, I just offered this course to our MBA students. And these are small bunch of 23 of them. These were the students I experimented this course with. The only thing I had told Emory University people, hey, please, the professor who was there, Benedon, so I requested him, can you just tell me how do you conduct this course? What do you do? What are the course contents? What are the exercises? What are the games? And how do you assess? All of that. He said, all right, I'll tell you. This is not difficult. But since we had floated the course and he was not available for next 2 months, And you can imagine, I had to work on it my way. I had to work on it with my little understanding of the way I was teaching at IIM Lucknow before coming to JKLU. So I had a good feel of the pulse of the students and how to keep them engaged on a course like this. So I did work on it. I did struggle quite a bit, but ultimately I said I will not cover all the areas of C learning course. I cannot. But my focus will be on 3 areas: mindfulness, compassion, and ethics. And these are the course components. It's a 2-credit course for 20 hours, 2 hours each session. So these are areas. Time will not permit me what I do with them on these sessions and how do I explain to them what it means when I say mindfulness or the joy of giving or ethical engagement or attitude to gratitude. I won't be able to talk details, but maybe sometimes when Google Sir asks me to come over, I'll have this session with some of the students, because it's a very nice course, and the way I had understood it, I taught it also that way, and fortunate for me, the students also took it that way. So how do I say that the students also took it that way? Because when the students who had undergone this course had completed the MBA program, all of them were placed for their final placements, right? So they were placed in very many companies, but they had to join, let us say, in the month of April or May or June, because somebody is joining was in April, somebody is joining was in May. I'm talking about April, May, June of 2020. But then we know what we went through. Lockdowns came and their joinings got delayed. So somebody who was to join in April got delayed by October, November. They could join October, November. Jobs were intact, but the joinings were delayed. So during that period, and guided by some of the elements of this course, some students out of this group got together and came to me one day. Sir, you taught us this course on C learning, mindfulness and compassion and ethics. So we have an idea and we have worked on it for the last 1 month. We have done deep due diligence on it. We have done research on it. So this is our plan. And what's the plan? It was very exciting plan, definitely, but it was very unpleasing to me. Because you know, in June and July, what were we going through of last year? We were not in proper frames as to how this COVID is going to unfold and how is it going to be our response. So I was not in a position to respond to their excitement at that point. I said, all right, let me look at it. So I looked at it again and again, and it was really a deeply researched project, wherein they had said, we will join hands with the government of Rajasthan and see how best we can reach out to the elderly, 65 and above, who are in these COVID-19 turbulent, tough times desperate in need of medicines or food or some, talking to. I said, yeah, how can we do it? You are in lockdown, you can't move. They explained to me, sir, we are going to create a helpline. Our role will be just to act as an interface, to supplement what government is doing, to reach out to such people. They are not doing that to the extent that we are looking at. Let us work on it. I said, you want to do it with government will not allow, government will not be open to us. They know their agenda is full, their hands are tied. They won't experiment with universities on this issue at this juncture. But anyway, since I saw merit in what their proposal was all about, so I just approached the local collector. So when I just told him what I had in my mind for about 5-7 minutes, he said, Doctor, please excuse me and my government. We cannot. You know what we are going through. We don't want you to create problems for us. We can't. We are all okay. Whatever we are doing, we'll continue doing it, but we will not be able to attach ourselves with you. We have no idea. We have no knowledge. No, we can't take chances. No. It was simple no. But when he said no 3 times, I only mustered the courage, because I knew what my position was at that time. I knew what his concerns at that time were. Understanding by putting myself in his shoes, I just said, sir, all right, I respect your decision. But I have crafted a small letter, which is just 1 page. Go through it whenever time permits and if you see some merit in it, please let me know. And it was in the evening at about 7:30 or so we discussed, and we parted with this last submission of money. Can you believe me? He called back next day morning at 7:30. Dr. Saab, there seems to be some merit in what you are saying, and let us do something together. And just by that, we launched statewide, to begin with, statewide helpline called as Share Care. And the government extended its support. We extended our support, triggered by the thought and experience of these young minds. And the Share Care helpline that was established in association with the government of Rajasthan, government of the local collectorate at Jaipur, we reached out to at least about 5,000 on mechanical engineering per se, which was not on product design per se, but it was on something which will make sure that we produce, as per your theme, the holistic developed students. We were able to do a bit of it. You will be pleasantly surprised based on the success story of this small little experience. The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has established a national helpline for senior citizens, NHSC, and they have identified, they have chosen, they have selected J.K. Lakshpat University to be the center responsible for developing a helpline for the state of Rajasthan, which was called as National Helpline for Senior Citizens. So we have been selected in a very tough competition, but at the base of it was this small little experience of our students who did it out of their passion, because there was a session there, the joy of giving, and they said the amount of happiness and pleasure we have got out of this service is limitless. How do I substantiate what I'm saying? Because they said, sir, by the time they were thick into this service, their joinings came and they were to join. So I said, what do I do? Because these students will be gone and we'll take care of it. So I told them, for sure, thank you so much. You've been so brilliant. Now, since you will be going to your respective places, I have to look for another set of students who can do it. Can you believe the answer was, sir, the amount of satisfaction we have got out of such service is phenomenal. So we'll continue with our jobs, but we will not discontinue what we are doing. So that is what courses like this can do to our Indian students, our youth, right? So this was one such small thing that I tried to share with you has been. Now the aim of this education policy is not only to produce integrated, holistic, complete individuals. Its aim is also to raise the bar of Indian higher education. That is why in each and every principle, each and every element that this policy is talking about, they have emphasized on, I repeat, they have emphasized on bringing in and building on the element of quality in the input, in the process, and in the output of the education system. I hope you understand when I make this loaded statement of education policy talking about student centricity of the education system in the country, talking about bringing in and building on the element of quality in the input, in the process, and in the output of the education system. If we understand the policy in letter and spirit, the teachers will find enormous amount of scope as to what is in it for them, what is in it for me, and take the immediate step or plunge to start right away for the implementation aspect. There is a session with you on implementation also, but look at the policy, look at the various principles that I talked to, and see what you can do today onwards to make the difference that the policy is talking about. It is not rocket science. Small little increment bits and pieces here and there, session after session, module after module, course after course, which is your responsibility, can bring a great difference to the education system. I stop here and wish you a wonderful innings as part of this workshop, and look forward to your any observations, questions before I take up other aspect, if time permits.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an inspiring talk. So, will you take some questions from the participants if they have any queries?
With utmost pleasure, sir. With utmost pleasure.
Okay, thank you, sir. So,
First of all, Dr. Biswasar, was I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible, sir.
Or were my slides also visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you raise your questions, I'm sure there will be good questions. I will try my best to answer them. But before that, during this pandemic, I came across a book which I told my participants in the last interaction also. And the title of the book was The Power of Positive Thinking. The title of the book was The Power of Positive Thinking. You may write down, you may note the title, The Power of Positive Thinking by Peel, P-E-E-L, Peel. Right? So what does this book talk about? It talks about if you are positive in thought, word and deed, things will be positive all your life. And apart from many things that this book talks about, it does summarize the learnings in one essence, which it calls as a prayer. I would request you to listen to that prayer. I have tried to make that a part of my life, and it has brought a lot of good to me and my work. Let me tell you, I'm also one of the COVID warriors. Me and my wife have gone through COVID-19, right? So we were in hospital, we have faced all of that music, right? So we continue to face that. It's not that now we are looking for a vaccine, which has come. So, but one of the books which held me in very, very good steam all those days of COVID and even now is what I'm sharing with you. The prayer is like this. Some of you who feel, you may like to note it also. It says, God, give me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. God, give me the serenity, S-E-R-E-N-I-T-Y. Give me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. Give me the courage. Give me the courage, C-O-U-R-A-G-E. Give me the courage to change the things that I can. Give me the courage to change the things that I can. And give me the wisdom, W-I-S-D-O-M, and give me the wisdom to know what I can and what I cannot. So we are in COVID-19 times. It is not over as yet. We are grateful to our scientists who have given us COVAX and many other kinds of vaccines are on the way. But till it reaches all of us, we have to observe basic minimal safety niceties and norms. We have to live the life in the way we are living, because this appears to be the new normal way of living. I don't know, all of us getting this vaccine will be 100% sure that they won't catch virus, because you never know if we have been able to kill this virus through or combat this virus through COVAX. The virus will also find its new version and come back and hit us. So please observe those basic minimal niceties. Follow this prayer, because it says, give me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. We cannot till we are vaccinated, till we are sure. So we have to live with the situation. But at the same time, give me the courage to change the things that I can. Yes, we must be prepared to change the things that we can. And then basic wisdom is, if we know what we can and what we cannot. We responded to COVID as academics, going to online changing. We are struggling. I won't say that we have arrived, then we can say that our online teaching learning is without impact. It is having an impact. Maybe the level of impact is minimal, and it will be more minimal in days ahead, but then that's the reality. So let us accept those realities and accept them as part of life. Okay, now over to Professor for inviting questions.
Thank you, sir. So now the session is open for questions. So respected participants, if you have any questions, so please unmute yourself and ask the question to Professor Raina. Anyone having any questions, please?
All right, if you can, put your videos on. That will give me some sense. Where are we? Put your videos on. Maybe audio is muted, but videos on. Is that facility there, Professor Biswas?
Yes, sir.
So, Professor, faculty members, put your videos on.
Yeah. So dear participants, please put your videos on, all of you.
Yes. Good. Yes, yes. Slowly and gradually. Good, 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 good. Open up, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, good, good, good. I hope I did not make you guys sleep, because it was learner-centric education policy. That was the agenda. And all of us have to be thinking on that very seriously. We as teachers have to be student-centric. Any questions from any one of you? Please feel free. Yeah. Please open up your videos, yeah. In my class, when I teach, I say it in a second and everybody's video is on. They look for an opportunity. I'm not that old that you won't like to look at me. Yes, old certainly, because I don't have hair on my head. But otherwise, I'm as young as you are. हाँ, किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन हो, किसी को कोई जो मैंने कहा इतना बोला 1.5 घंटे, तो अगर किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन, हाँ.
Sir, good afternoon. Actually, your lecture was really very impressive. Sir, I want to ask you that actually, you being a vice chancellor, you are able to implement all these courses, NEP courses. But we are like I'm an assistant professor, so we can just give some input to those. But means we don't think our suggestions will be taken or something like that.
See,
generally, I have felt that most of the time. Means being junior people, our suggestions are not being taken, even if
I accept in letter and spirit. I had the fortune of being the vice chancellor, so except God, nobody could ask me a question. That is correct. But at the same time, you know what it takes to launch a course. If you yourself are convinced that this is the course that I would like to deliver to my students, if you are convinced yourself, self-conviction about the course, you may come across some bumps or barriers, but ultimately you will be a winner. Don't lose heart. The first thing is you must be sure. If I'm putting this course to the vice chancellor, he will ask me 1,000 questions. Be prepared to answer those questions. It is not that you have to be emotional at these things. No, it is test of the time. Suppose as vice chancellor, 10 of my faculty members come to me, sir, I have this idea, I would like to work on it. I will tell them, okay, all the 10 of you, wonderful ideas, good. I have to take one. Decide among yourselves which one. And they will work very hard. They will try to understand each other's points. And ultimately, they will come up with, sir, we have thought through it. If the requirement is only one at this stage, this is the course. So you have to gain that confidence that I can carry this course among all odds, among all difficulties, among all hostilities, right? So if you prepare yourself on that, there isn't any looking back. That is number two. Number three, nobody stops any academic on experimenting with a course with 1, 2, 3 students, provided you are prepared to spend that time and effort of yours. So if you are able to sell your course to 1, 2, 3 students, they become your ambassadors in the organization. They sell the course for you to the system, to the vice chancellor. I have done it in my previous setting. I am Lucknow. Let me give an example. There were students who were admitted to an MBA program, and as part of their first year course, they were to go through a course with me on written executive communication. I'm a teacher in communication. So they were to undergo a course with me on written executive communication. So all I could understand after delivering this course for 2 batches, that they are not interested in anything that I'm trying to teach. Because they are my doctoral level students, they want to make a career in academics. If I teach them executive writing, letters, memos, mails, notes, that's not of interest to them. So instead, I worked very hard looking at what is the best course to address the need of these scholarly students in Harvard, in Stanford, in IIMs, in other places. So I came out with a course titled as scholarly writing, not executive writing, not writing memos, mails, and other things, but writing a paper, writing a proposal, writing a book, writing a chapter. So when I floated this course, again there was resistance. No, we are an MBA program, we should not do it. Then again, I sold that course to 2, 3 students, and they became ambassadors. Right now, that course is not taught only at IIM Lucknow, it is taught all across the IIMs. So you will have to work very hard on what you are convinced with. If you are convinced, where there is will, there is always way.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other questions from the participants?
Dr. Marana, could I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So actually, sometimes we are also having that courage, but sometimes we are failing also, sir.
Huh? Come again, sorry, I missed my office was. Yeah, you were saying something.
No, sir. Actually, I am telling that sometimes although we are having confidence in ourselves, but still sometimes we are not able to implement all those things.
See, Dr. Saab, what I do with my students, I always tell them in the first session. Because I'm a teacher in communication, and I always tell them only one thing: never ever suffer from a preconceived notion. Never ever suffer from a preconceived notion. Every day is a new day. Every task is new. Don't have this impression it has not worked in the past, it will not work in the future. Give it a try. Every other opportunity is a new opportunity. Make the most. Don't carry bag and baggage, sir. हम करते हैं वो नहीं मानते हैं, वो तो ठीक है, फिर उसी धारा में रहने से तो आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे ना.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other question from anyone, please?
Sir, may I ask, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, since this policy talks about learner-centric, learning, it's basically targeted towards the learner. My question or learner-centric means we really need to do something on the infrastructure and other facilities that should be there.
Noorja ma'am, I was not able to listen to your question because it got off. So there was a disruption. Yeah, please tell me.
Yes, sir. What I was saying was, since it's a learner-centric policy that we are talking about right now, so my concern is whether it is is it going to be very effective in India? Because infrastructure-wise, in the rural areas, I mean, we are lagging behind. So have we thought about this?
See, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Noorja ma'am, you are not audible
Yes,
to you. You are not audible to me. I could not
yes,
hear. I could connect the dots.
Oh,
I could connect the
should I
dots.
type the question, sir?
You should have done that. But anyway, I've got the essence of what you are trying to ask. You are talking about this policy is all the way talking about learner centricity. And our learners are in remotest possible countries of the nation. They are in the remote possible areas where internet is not available, bandwidths are an
Exactly.
issue, so many other kinds of things are issued, right? So, Noorja ma'am, I don't have an answer for that right question. We know what is the ground reality. We know, we are aware. So we should not keep our eyes, ears shut to that ground reality. But at the same time, necessity is the mother of invention, right? If our mobile has penetrated the last mile person of the country, if mobile has shown its presence with the poorest of the poor, because they felt that there is acute need of that instrument, the day they understand that this is what education can do to me, they will find ways and means to augment everything related to internet and access. That is one part of the story from their side. The government at the same time, the planners, the policymakers on the other are also aware of the ground realities. So you will see where we were. You will see where we were in February, March 2020. We are not just there in March 21. So we have gone a long way. And as the days move, we will definitely go further and we will be able to bridge that digital gap. We'll be able to bridge that to an extent. But at the same time, what you and me as a teacher can do, I received a request from some students in deep south, because they are from the remotest part of south, Hyderabad, much beyond that. They wrote, sir, we are experiencing difficulties. No session is okay with us. We can't learn. We can't enjoy. So I took a decision on myself because I was interested. I felt, no, they genuinely need this kind of a help or support. So I said, okay, you come over. You have the campus facility, you have internet facilities, you have lab facilities, you have library facilities, but the teaching learning will happen online. So it is us also obligation on our part to do our bit to the extent possible. It's a multi-pronged approach. I can't say only government will do it. I can't say the ultimate end user, the student will do it. I can't say the universities alone will do it. All of us have to put our acts together and make sure that the education reaches the destination in the best possible manner.
Okay, I think we can have another question, the last question maybe. I think Dr.
Noorja ma'am, was I able to convince you? Did you get my answer?
Yes.
Noorja ma'am? Yes, Noorja.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Take up
Yes,
another
sir.
question.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Any other question from anyone? Feel free. Now I am joined by Govil sir also. He will help me to answer. But both these questions were very interesting questions, and one should ask these such kinds of questions. Yes.
Some of our participants have written some questions on the chat box. So one question is,
one of the largest number of professional graduating here from India, but it is reflect in terms of innovation, technology, and new products. That is how it could be achieved. All my session, my dear, was that if you look at that you are producing an engineer, just an engineer only, then this problem will be there. But the national education policy talks about, and your theme of the workshop also talks about holistic education. So if you are able to equip the learner with the kinds of skill sets and competencies as I illustrated, are they good communicators? Are they good problem solvers? Are they good decision makers? Do they have understanding of what sustainability is? Do they know what values are? They what values they should exhibit in their thought, word, and deed. So many things. So if we equip through our armory the students with these skill sets and competencies, and also on technology, you talked about innovation. Right now, each and every institution is putting in place some kind of centers which will promote entrepreneurship and innovation. Government of India, through its Atal Innovation Mission and through MHRD's centers of entrepreneurship and innovation, are making the ecosystem so ripe for innovation to flourish. It is just an idea has to be there with the student. He will get every possible support in the system he is a part of. For example, at our university, we have Atal Incubation Center. We are one of the 3 universities in the state of Rajasthan which have been granted a grant of 10 crores by the NIT Aayog. And we are working wonders. There are a good number of students who have shown interest in the project that are underway in that incubation center. So like that, the opportunities are there, the ecosystem is there, the facilities are there, the experts are there, the finance or money part is there. If all of such resources are in place, innovation is bound to take off. And that's what this policy talks about.
So we don't have much time left. So thank you very much, sir, for such an inspiring talk. It is always great hearing from you and learning from you. So thank you, sir, for introducing the true objectives of the policy in such a lucid manner. I hope that the participants will reflect on your take and initiatives related to learner-centric teaching and put their best foot forward towards this successful implementation in their respective institutions. Once again, I thank you for accepting our invitation and delivering such a beautiful lecture. Thank you, sir.
No, Professor, I must thank you and Professor Govil for giving him an opportunity, because when I get such opportunities from Professor Govil, I grab such opportunities, because now for the last some 3-4 years, I think I'm a part of Professor Govil in whatever he is doing at NIT Sikkim, right? So I feel pleased to be part of such interventions. So you don't have to thank me. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity.
No, I think it's a great honor to this NIT Sikkim also. That you are the part of us. We really delighted. Right. Always, I think everybody enjoy you whenever you are here. So we are looking for a physical mode. It's too much of online mode now, I think. So let us find some time so you can come here.
Sure. Always there. Thank you so very much. And I wish each and every participant a safe, healthy, and successful life ahead. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ranjan Bashak to anchor the next technical session.
So, dear participants, the next session will start at 3:30. So you should be here sharply at 3:25. Good afternoon, madam. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
I have to present, so you have to give me the rights to present.
Yes, we can start now then.
Any time 3:30 is okay. 4 minutes are there.
So, good afternoon, participants. Our next speaker, Professor Vasudha Kamath. Professor Vasudha Kamath is well known for her significant contribution to the field of information and communication technology in education. She has invested more than 4.5 decades of life in the field of education and has contributed to school education, higher education, teacher education, women's education, open and distance learning, lifelong learning extensively. She is nominated by MHRD, Government of India, to the National Education Policy Draft Committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Kasturirangan in June 2017. The draft National Education Policy was submitted to the Honorable Minister HRD on 31st May 2019 and it was approved by the Cabinet on July 29, 2020. She was Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University during the years 2011 to 16 and has introduced many new practices into higher education in general and SNDT Women's University in particular. She is the recipient of the Best Teacher Award by Maharashtra State Government 2005-06, Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship for conducting research in USA 2005-06, Rotary International Fellowship 2004-05, during which she taught at UITM, Malaysia. Presently, she is trustee of Life Insurance Corporation Golden Jubilee Foundation. She is working as independent director of Indoco Remedies Limited, Mumbai. She intensely advocates integration of information and communication technologies in higher education, conducts professional development programs for faculty from higher education in the use of learner-centered pedagogies and integration of ICTs in day-to-day teaching learning process. She is invited by many international universities and organizations for academic interaction and visited several countries like Canada, USA, China, UK, Slovenia, France, Netherlands, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Belgium, Qatar, Hong Kong, Mauritius, Italy, etc. She has conducted several research studies for various national, international organizations such as Indian Space Research Organization, UNDP, World Bank, UNICEF, MHRD, etc. She has closely worked with open universities and National Institute of Open Schooling in various capacities. She has many publications, research papers, book chapters, and research reports at her credit. As a regional secretary of All India Association of Educational Technology, she had organized several annual conferences at state, national, as well as international levels. As a social activist, she works for the Society for Rural Reconstruction and Education, working in Konkan region of Maharashtra since 1992. So now I invite Madam Kamath to deliver her lecture. Madam, your mic is muted. Okay, now it is okay.
Thank you so much. I will start. I will have. I will be presenting. So you have given me the rights to present, right, Dr. Basak?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So, Honorable Director of NIT Sikkim, Professor Basak, all the colleagues, teaching faculty, and students and the audience. I'm very happy that a lecture series or webinar series is organized to understand national education policy in detail and not only the policy, but how to implement that and how you can contribute towards implementation of the same. I missed the first session, but I'm sure the recording will be made available and I would listen to the speaker in the previous session. I'm not able to. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Then I will switch off my camera and present. The topic today is NEP 2020 opportunities and challenges. There are vast opportunities, but there are some challenges in implementing it, and we should see that in this given time. You all know, because now it is 7 months since the draft was approved by the cabinet.
Madam, is it not in full screen? So please make it full screen so that it will be visible clearly.
Yes, I have made it full screen.
It is not in the present mode actually. At the bottom right hand corner,
It shows that
now it is not visible, madam.
no, I will do it again.
Madam, yes.
When my window is not, I don't know. I'm selecting the window. I don't know what I did that. Also I did, but it is not showing
Hello.
side presenters.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, please click on share your entire screen instead of a window.
That is what I did, but it is not showing me the whole thing on my screen. It is only showing this window.
Oh, no, in the right bottom, there is a option that present now. After clicking on present now, you will have to click on your entire screen. And
I did that. I've been using Google Meet quite often. There are 3 options. So I selected the window. It is not. So now I select the whole screen. Still, it is not showing. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, that PPT is already opened in your laptop?
Yes, it is open.
Okay. Oh. Okay, no issue. It will be.
It should show actually. When I'm saying window also, it should show, but it is not showing.
Okay. I think right now you haven't clicked on present now, ma'am. Please click on that because there is present now.
I don't know. What is happening?
Okay.
Madam, your mic is mute actually.
No, I'm saying why it is not showing my entire screen also, and it is not showing my PPT. And the window.
At the bottom right, there is the option present now.
Sir, I know that. I'm clicking on that. Then it gives three options. I'm
Yes.
clicking on the window, but window it is not showing. Then I tried your entire screen. That is also not showing my PPT. So I'm
Your,
a little worried why it is happening.
your PPT is open, ma'am.
Yes, my PPT is open. You saw it, no? First. Showing my screen.
Yeah, ma'am. This is correct.
Showing my
Now, yeah.
presentation.
Now just go your PPT.
Can you see that?
No, just.
That's what I'm saying. You are seeing only the window. Okay, can I send it to you and then you can show it from there?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'll send it to Professor Basa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You are-
In bottom,
Professor Basa, I will send it to you and you arrange for a presentation. Okay? It should not happen actually. I've been using Google Meet quite often because nearly every day there are sessions. Did you receive that, Professor Basa?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Give me 2 minutes.
So now I request you to do that. So sorry. I don't know why it is happening. Oh, now can you see? Now are you able to see? Are you able to see now?
screen is visible, but I think you have to click on PPT.
My PPT is open.
Not visible yet.
You are still not.
No, the screen is blank.
How it is? It is.
Sometimes it happens.
You are presenting to everyone. Oh, should not happen. I'm so sorry. Shall I send it on email? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we start. Next slide. The vision of this policy, you will see that it aims at providing high quality education to all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But along with high quality education, it also thinks that this education should develop a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values in the students, in the youth, in the our country's citizens. But it also says that they should become truly global citizens, because it's not only related to our country, we are a part of this whole world. Next slide, please. This foundation of this policy is fivefold: one, access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Accountability is not only for teachers, but all stakeholders. Next slide. This policy, one of the good things it has done is it takes stock of all the problems faced by higher education system. I'm only talking about higher education, but there is another big section on school education. So problems identified for the higher education system, we will agree to that: a severely fragmented higher educational ecosystem. It gives less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. It only talks about memorization, nothing more, nothing less. Separation of disciplines with early specialization and streaming of students into narrow areas of study. If you go to science, there won't be any subject from arts, humanities, commerce, anything. If you go for commerce, there won't be anything like Bharatnatyam or Sitar or any other thing. You have to study only commerce. So very narrow compartmentalization is a problem of our higher education system. Limited access, particularly in socioeconomically disadvantaged areas, there are no access to colleges. Students cannot go and stay there. Hostel facilities are not there. Limited teacher and institutional autonomy. Because we have affiliating system, very few colleges which are autonomous and institutions like yours have autonomy. But otherwise, most of the thousands of colleges and teachers just do not have autonomy. Next slide. Inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management. So it really needs improvement. Progression of faculty, institutional leaders is just not thought of in a proper sense of the term. Lesser emphasis on research and lack of competitive peer-reviewed research funding across disciplines. Of course, the science and technology gets more funding, but arts, humanities, social sciences, they are neglected. All these problems are identified so that some solutions can be found out. Suboptimal governance and leadership of higher education institutions. You will agree with that. An ineffective regulatory system. There are 14 councils sitting on Vice Chancellor's head. They are trying to regulate. Now this policy has given a solution that only one regulatory authority will be there for all the education institutions. Large affiliating universities resulting in low standards of undergraduate education. And large number of students are into undergraduate and they are into affiliated colleges. So I think our country and very few countries in the world have this affiliating system. Most of the countries they have already phased out their affiliating university system. Next. That is why the policy also gives key principles, and some of them are listed here. Emphasis on conceptual understanding, not memorization. Critical thinking and creativity, these are the 21st century skills which a student requires to encourage logical decision making and innovation. fostering the unique capabilities of each student, not only the average student. Teachers generally go to class and talk to the whole class, thinking that he or she is talking to average student who is not there in the class. The policy says you must think about unique capability every student has. But this is not possible when you have 120 students in your class, so care must be taken about that too. Outstanding research as a core requisite for outstanding education and development. Research really needs proper attention. Continuous review. The policy has suggested that you should not be reviewing it after 10 years, nearly every year or every 2 years, because policy has given what should be done by what year. So review is very important. Now, Ministry of Education has already constituted a committee, review committee, so that whatever is happening, and now 7 months are already passed. So now every year, every 2 years, this review must be done. Community participation is very important, not only for higher education, but even for school education. We owe it to our community and society. That feeling is lost somewhere. People think, the students think that they are into higher education because of them, which is not so. It's not full true. It is, to some extent it is true. They are there because of their intellect, but they are there because the whole society is supporting them. So they must give it back to society and community by participating in the development process. And extensive use of technology, that is what the policy suggests. Next slide. That is why it's a new vision for higher education, because the higher education system is expected to create knowledge. So higher education must form the basis for knowledge creation and innovation. So it aims at vibrant, socially engaged, cooperative communities and happier, cohesive, cultured, productive, innovative, progressive, and prosperous nation. See, so much is expected of everyone by this policy. Next slide. The title of your 5 days summit is Holistic Higher Education. Well, what is holistic higher education? What is multidisciplinary education? We must really look into it. This says that our higher education should aim to develop all capacities of human beings in integrated manner. What happens in higher education, people think that whatever other developments they should take care in school. Higher education will only talk about expertise in the field, which is not so. So the policy says intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, moral, all these developments must be looked after. Now you can ask this question to yourself and see, is our curriculum addressing these issues? Are we aiming at developing the whole personality? Next slide. It also says that the aim should be well-rounded individuals possessing critical 21st century capacities in arts, humanities, languages, science, social science, all disciplines. The other day, one principal asked me, Madam, that means Marathi teacher should also know commerce? Is this multidisciplinary? I'm not saying that. A person who has done PhD in accountancy, we don't expect that that person can also teach Marathi, because the area which he or she has studied is commerce. But multidisciplinary means we should offer large number of disciplines and subjects to the students without creating walls in those. So it also says that the students should be given an opportunity for professional development, technical, vocational, all these things should be made available on the platter. Ethics of social engagement. See, everywhere you will see that social engagement crops up. We owe it to our society, and that needs to be inculcated in our students. Soft skills. Soft skills are not taught. Generally, the colleges, universities, they conduct workshops in the last month of the graduation. Soft skills. Soft skills cannot be developed like that. We will come to it if you use different pedagogies, how the soft skills can be developed in your students within a year. They are engrossed in that, they are engaged into it, and soft skills are developed. You don't have to conduct separate workshops. and also specialization in the chosen field of the student. Next slide. The policy talks about two types of institution. One is higher education institution, one is university, and other is degree granting autonomous colleges. So the universities are of two types. One is research intensive and other is teaching intensive. Doesn't mean that they only do research or they only teach, but they do both. Granting colleges, large number of colleges can become if they work towards that. Next slide. This multidisciplinary and holistic are the words everyone uses, but I've just said multidisciplinary does not mean a person teaching must know all disciplines. We are saying we should offer different topics, different subjects, different modules to students of his or her choice and interest. It says that all universities, all HEIs, not universities, all HEIs by 2030 should become multidisciplinary and with bigger student strength. Bigger means policy says more than 3,000. And the AICTE report, All India Survey of Higher Education, the latest is 1819, it says we have only 4% colleges which have more than 3,000 students capacity. See, only 4%. See, 96% of our institutions have much less than that. So very large number of colleges have even 50 students, 100 students, 500 students. 65% of our colleges have less than 500 students. So the fragmentation has taken place. We have colleges every nook and corner, and they are single discipline. They have only arts college or only teacher education college or only commerce college, and there is no multidisciplinary approach. So it says that by 2030, next 10 years, every district or near every district, there will be a high-class model public universities called MERU, Multidisciplinary Education and Research Universities. Next slide. So single stream HEIs will be phased out. Like teacher education, we have thousands of B.Ed colleges and they only offer B.Ed, 2-year B.Ed course. So they don't offer anything else. Like RIs, Regional Institutes of Education of NCERT, they offer 4-year integrated B.Ed program. That means they offer BSc B.Ed, BA B.Ed. So policy is saying that single stream HEIs should start offering, they should add departments across different fields, like engineering colleges. We have large number of engineering colleges which only offer BTech degree or BE degree. They don't have any other subject. Slowly now they have started thinking of introducing humanities, social sciences, like psychology, sociology subjects, or arts, music. So policy says that single stream institutions should be phased out and they should be supported. They should start more departments and you should strive for integrated higher education system. It's not unidirectional because our life is not like that. I take a degree. Now, fortunately, I have 5 degrees and then they are from 3 different streams. But generally, people have only from the same stream. So they don't study anything else outside engineering or outside medicine or outside law, nothing. But after you just imagine, after the age 45, you are stable in your job or your progress. And now what do? You have nothing else to do. You can't do anything because you are not taught right from school education to study other subjects, to study new language, to enjoy art, nothing. Now this policy says it is holistic because this is a personality of an individual which only doesn't take care of only one area or subject of study. Next slide. The policy also talks about variety of flexibility of programs. If you see that it is a 3 years degree program, in engineering colleges it is 4-year degree program, but other than engineering and medicine, most other degree programs, first degree programs are 3 years. Policy is saying move towards 4-year degree programs and multidisciplinary degree programs. So if they do 4 years, then the master's degree can be done in 1 year. If the last year, that is 4th year, is research, done by research, then they can get direct admission to PhD. This policy also thinks about, wonderfully, about academic bank of credits. You can see here, if the student drops out after 1 year, he or she has already studied 40 credits, minimum 40 credits, because 20 credits per semester. He drops out and all 40 credits are gone. After 2 years, if she drops out, all 80 credits are gone, because she can get degree only after completing 3 years. Now policy takes care of that, respects the study time which the student has invested, and says if the person drops out after 1 year, give a certificate. Drops out after 2 years, give a diploma. But our curriculum is not geared towards that. Our curriculum is geared towards 3-year degree. So if someone drops after 1 year, after 2 semesters, how can we give a certificate? Certificate in what? Certificate in chemistry or certificate in physics? No, we haven't thought about it. So when we are talking about implementation, you also must think about how we should design the curriculum so that the students are benefited. It also talks about academic bank of credits. I was a member of this committee. We have already completed this work and submitted to UGC, and UGC Council has approved this. So now it will start on pilot basis, that how this can be done, how they can put their credits into bank and get a diploma or advanced diploma or a certificate or a degree and come out with it. So you will see that lots of flexibility in master's degree programs are suggested. You must see how it can be done when you are implementing it. Next slide. Multidisciplinary education, I am not talking about national, international and state level. Now because you have invited me for your own institution, we can think about how NIT Sikkim, the policy. Okay. So if you have to plan for quality learning, you can think about curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support. Next slide, please. The policy says the curriculum should not have hard separation, like arts and science, between curricular and extracurricular, between vocational and academic stream. So no hard separation. If the student wants to take science, I did my BSc in chemistry, but that time I wanted to learn sitar also. But the college didn't offer learning sitar, learning music for science students. No science. So now we have compartmentalized our disciplines, which the policy says bring down those walls and let the students take of his or her interest. But we are not saying if you are doing a degree of 140 credits, 1 credit of this and another credit of that. You can say that 50% of credit should be from, say, electronics. But other 50 credits can, out of 50 credits, 25% credits can be from minor subject, and remaining 25 credits can be from the student's interest. But today we are not giving this, we have hard separation. Policy talks about remove that separation. Next. It also talks about pedagogy. I will come to that in detail because I am really concerned. All this implementation will not be possible if we don't change our thought processes and use new pedagogy. Our pedagogy today is only teacher-centric. Generally, there are exceptions, but generally teachers go to class and talk for 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, whatever. They may use videos, they may use PowerPoint, but students generally listen. And this happens right from grade 1 to PhD. Policy says, do away with this. The pedagogy should be learner-centered. We should create learning environment which is engaging and supportive, which provides stimulating experiences, which enable all students to succeed. See, that is why inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, flexible, flip learning, holistic, all these terms are used, and we must understand the meaning of that. It's not only that you leave it to students and tell them, you discuss. No, that is not the pedagogy. That is not learner-centered pedagogy. We must think about, we must train our faculty. What are these new pedagogies available to us, which are more of learner-centered, which are more of learning-centered? rather than teacher-centered and teaching-centered. Next slide, please. The policy also talks about assessment. It says your curriculum should be outcome-based. Write outcomes first. What do you expect the students to achieve? You should be clear about it. And then plan your assessment. You should assess whether those outcomes are achieved by the students. So move away from memorization. Because we don't write outcomes, we only think that whatever I have said in the class, students should remember. And I ask my question, what is the capital of India? That kind of questions we ask. And the students are expected to by heart and write. It is not only in school education. Even in medical education, even in NET examination, this question was asked. This is the name of the book. Who is the author? Now, why do we need the name of the author? My nephew who appeared for exam, he said, Atya, actually they should have, because he has done MBBS and he was appearing for MD, so he said they should have given us symptoms and should have asked us, what do you think the disease is and what is your prescription for it? Now he is MBBS guy. He is not a designer or he is not instructional designer or assessor. But he is thinking asking the name of the author or the year of publication is not at all required. But we do that. We do that, which is really, I mean, I won't use the word disgusting, but it is really not right to ask students to memorize everything. That is why it talks about continuous comprehensive assessment. It talks about continuous formative assessment and not only summative assessment. In our university, when I was Vice Chancellor, we said 50% internal and 50% external. External means end of semester. But within 50% internal, they should not be asking them to write the same thing what they are asking about end of semester. So our academic council identified 25 different things, ideas, which could be used for formative assessment. And if any department wants to add something to it, they can do it through their faculty and come back to academic council. That freedom was given. No writing of paper, long essays, no need. So we have to think about, and you should see how UGC has already brought out the examination reform, evaluation reform paper. You should see that, how different types of tests can be conducted. Criterion-based grading is also suggested. Next slide. Okay, autonomy we have already talked. This, it says that institutional development plan must be prepared, but this plan should not only have infrastructure and all other things, it should have academic plans of every teacher. What the teacher is planning to do during the year, that those should be incorporated into IDP. Next slide. It talks about research and innovation. It says you start incubation centers, technology development centers, centers in frontier research areas, and you know that NRF is already suggested, funding is already given, and then NRF should fund such researches which are of great importance. And it should not only fund science and technology, it should also fund all other areas of thought processes, disciplines. So it is suggested that the funding should be given to everyone who is the peer-reviewed proposals will be welcome. It also says develop greater industry academic linkages, specific hand-holding mechanisms and competitions for promoting innovation among student communities, which has already started. Conduct interdisciplinary research, including humanities and social science research. See, when you are doing research in technology, it also has impact on society. So generally, people are not aware what impact it has. We are talking about AI, so the developers will develop AI. But what impact it has, that is a society. So that's a social science. So both should work together so that the field can get more visibility and more practicability. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Implementation, we will see in short. I was thinking that there are decisions to be taken at national level, like creating a commission, higher education commission, creating different institutions. So let them do that. There are some things which will be done at the state level. Let them also do that. We should see what we can do. Our organization, our college, our institution, our university can do. So there are certain things which you can start implementing, like curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, integration of technology, research, internship, linkages with industry, community participation, many things. We will see some of this because some things you are already doing and they can be done in much better way what you are doing right now, but you have already started. Next slide. We have seen this. We will go into the details of each one. Next slide. We are saying multidisciplinary education, how it can be done. Multidisciplinary curriculum, innovative pedagogies, and outcome-based assessment. Next slide, please. See, when we talk about curriculum, our curriculum is generally subject-centered. It should become learner-centered. It should become competency-based design. We should have competency-based curriculum. We can also gear it towards project-based learning, problem-based learning, case-based learning, scenario-based learning. There are curriculum which are project-based. There are curricula which are scenario-based. But our faculty is not aware about how to design these curriculum. So I think first thing we should change, modify is our curriculum. The next slide will show you. Next slide, please. I have visited your website and I have seen the curricula and syllabus there, and the many syllabi have outcomes at the end of the course, but they should be written right in the beginning. So outcomes, learning objectives and outcomes should be written, but some curricula, some syllabi are subject-based. You can see it here. They start with the modules. And so this is the present situation in our country. Most of the universities prepare their curriculum which are subject-centered. But we should move towards outcome-based curriculum. We should see how to do that. Next slide. There are curriculum which can be competency-based. See now, for example, this is the master program in instructional system design and learning technologies at Florida. Florida State University offers master's program in instructional system. How they do that? It is competency-based. So competencies are identified like analysis, like design, communication, and in each the skills are identified. And the curriculum content is geared towards this. We do the other way around. We first identify the content which we think important, and what to do with that content. They should memorize this. Policy says don't do this. Memorization is not required. Just click on Google and Google will give you that information. Why should they remember everything? But what to do with that information is more important. That is why the competencies can be stated. The student will be able to produce, the student will be able to deliver or facilitate or use or apply. So if we specifically write, then students are also aware right in the beginning what is expected of them. You can also take help from students what they want to do. It is student participation, learner participation in designing the curriculum which is competency based. Next slide, please. Now, as we discussed there, now Academic Bank of Credit says that if the student drops out after first semester, 2 semesters, 3 semesters, then you can give them certificate, advanced certificate, diploma, advanced diploma. So you have to organize your curriculum of each semester in such a way that if the student drops out, she can get a certificate in so and so. So you can have, now many people will come back to you after working in the industry and they want specific things. So you cannot tell them that you should have a master's degree. Many industry people, they used to come to our education technology department. They said, we only want to do this course. So we allowed them to do that 4 credit course, 8 credit course because they were interested. We used to give them a certificate of 4 credits or 8 credits. That is going to happen now. So we have to unbundle is the word. What we have done, we have bundled everything together and we say, we are offering only 4-year degree. If you want to come, come. Otherwise, don't come. That will not work anymore. There will be demand approach. Students will demand that we want this and then we should provide that. if you think it is appropriate, because you know better what is good for them as well. But you have to plan like this: advanced diploma, UG degree, PG. Nobody is saying don't plan for degree, but that is not the aim. So there can be basic courses, there can be advanced courses. We also have to think about requirements of industry, ministries, NGOs, societies at large, and start providing multidisciplinary curriculum to them. Next slide. The pedagogy, you will see, do you recognize this classroom? We have large, long benches, and 3, 4, 5, 6 students sit on each. And I used to do that when I did my BSc. We used to have large, and now it is also continuing. This is very sad. This is very sad. Because of this, teachers just cannot do any cooperative learning strategy. You just see these two pictures below. Students should sit around the table, discuss, do something, try it out, and then come back with what they found. But our classroom situations are such that you can't move the table. Now, can you move these benches? You can't. There is no flexibility. In your labs, you can. But in your classrooms where the students spend most of his or her time, our situation is like this. We should move from this traditional classroom to cooperative, collaborative learning classrooms. Next slide, please. We should use more of cooperative learning strategies, and you will see output is humongous. Students have a lot of potential. They want to share. They want to do. They want to interact. But we don't give them an opportunity to do that. Our teachers only talk. I'm not talking specifically of our institution. I'm talking about our country. This is what is observed. Time and again, it is criticized again and again, but there is no change. Now this policy categorically says use innovative pedagogies, which are learner-centered, which would help the learner get engaged with what he or she is learning. Next slide. You also need to integrate information and communication technologies within your pedagogy. Now you see, because of pandemic, we cannot go to classroom. So what we did, we shifted our classroom online. But what we did, exact classroom we have shifted online. That means I was talking in class, now I am talking online. There is no change. But today's ICT tools, I know because you are all engineers sitting in front of me, you know technology and you know hundreds of tools which are helping the learners to become interactive. They can interact, they can come together and they can co-create. Please underline this word, co-create. Creation of knowledge is expected of higher education students, but not individually. Co-creation. Today, if you see any paper published, there is no one name, Kamath Vasudha. There would be 10 names because any research is done together. So how do they come together? We have to develop these skills in them. You go to any company, any organization, people have to work together. But in our classrooms, right from first grade to MSc or MTech, we don't allow them to work together. Now the technology is available, which allows the learners to come together, break out in 3 or 4 or pair, work together and come back and share your results. But still teachers are not knowing about these tools and technologies and integration in that of pedagogy. So what they are doing, they are again conducting webinars. I had a long discussion with Professor Basak that only by listening to someone, people don't learn. I am making a very bold statement. Only by listening to someone, people don't learn. You have to think about it. You have to do something with it. You have to experiment with it. You have to explore it. And this can be done through workshops, training programs. This cannot be done by webinars. Webinars are good for sharing information. Okay, that's all. But if you want to use cooperative learning strategy, say POGIL, how you will do that? You have to, someone must help you to do that, do the handholding. So when you are implementing, this is a challenge. We'll come to that, but this is also an opportunity that we have technologies today which are helping us to become more interactive. Open education resources, very few teachers have heard about open education resources. Resources are available, you should make them, use them, reuse them, and free of cost. Because somebody, if I have written a book and I have given you full rights to use my book, just name that this book is by Kamath Vasudha, that's all. And you use it, reuse it, that is called open education resource. And they are available. Just visit Athabasca University and you will have open press there. All books are openly available there, free of cost. So I am saying that these resources are available, we should integrate, but our teachers must learn how to find out these resources which are open, not copyrighted, and start using them. No, then it becomes plagiarism. Next slide. We should have learning management systems. Now, if you tell me we use learning management system, my next question would be, how do you use it? Generally, I'm again saying exceptions are there, and I know that NITs are exceptions. But many other universities and autonomous colleges, those who use learning management systems, they abuse the system. They misuse the system. They think they can only dump the resources, their PPTs, their PDFs, videos, their links, and this and that, they can just put it there. They create all these resources, links, and put it on learning management system. LMS is not for that. LMS gives you an opportunity to interact with your students positively, to create interaction among the students also very strongly. So we must take advantage of that and integrate in that manner whichever LMS you want to use. MOOCit is IIT Kanpur has developed this, where you can upload your MOOC and you can make it interactive. They are providing all the facilities to make it interactive. Open edX, we all know. But you must use them for your day-to-day teaching. Next slide. If you come to assessment, as we have said that it should be, outcomes must be specified first, and then your learning experiences must be planned in such a way that you help them to achieve those outcomes, and then you evaluate. Because we don't write outcomes, we generally tend to evaluate or assess the memorization, what they have remembered. Next slide. There are many tools which a teacher can use, but unfortunately our teachers either do not know or they do not use those tools. I will just go quickly. Now, concept maps. Now we use concept maps for evaluation. Now you can see the extreme right, that group has not understood many concepts and their relationship. Whereas on their left, you can see how the concept, what is written is not so much important. I'm just showing you how they prepare the concept maps. See, complexity, many different concepts are brought together, their relationship is identified. That means these 2-3 groups have really understood it. So you have assessed through concept maps. Next slide will show you mind maps. The student has prepared this. Students have the potential, but we don't take advantage of that. We say, whatever I have given you, write in your notebook, and I'm going to ask the same question. Why should we do that? We should stop doing this. Use the potential of students, give them an opportunity to work together or individually and come out. You can see this. This is on fermentation, yogurt preparation. The microbiology students have done this mind map. Next. See, we should use rubrics. Next is portfolios. No, don't go fast. Professor Basak, do you use portfolios in your institution? I don't know, but portfolios should be used because it gives you a comprehensive view about the student. I could have shown you this, but right now I am not presenting. But portfolios can be seen how students present what they have worked in 3 years, 4 years, and they present that in a more comprehensive manner. Next slide. These were the things which we should do. Now, I'm just summarizing the challenges in implementing NEP. First challenge to me, I think it is change in the mindset of faculty. Faculty is used in lecturing. And they are engaged in lecturing and they are very comfortable in going to class and lecturing with PowerPoint presentations. They should change this mindset. I call it zero lecture project. Last 25 years, we don't lecture in our department, education technology. We don't lecture. We have the elements, and we use many tools, and student design a lot of things. Student work in pairs, they work in small groups. We use a lot of collaborative and cooperative pedagogies. So change in mindset of, I tried to change the mindset of my teachers in my university, but some of them did, many of them did, and we got funding from different agencies to work with them, use LMS more profitably, fruitfully, and they did that. But changing mindset is a challenge, and within next 10 years, we must do this. Adoption of learner-centered pedagogy is also a challenge because we are not using learner-centered approach. We are using teacher-centered approach. To shift importance from teacher to student is very difficult, very challenging for a teacher. So we must invest our time in working with the teachers, handholding them, continuously giving them feedback, helping them, introducing them to certain new things. And my experience shows that our teachers are enthusiastic. They're quite young, they are enthusiastic, they are well versed with technologies. The moment you show them, the things, they try to adopt and use. But that can be a challenge. Then outcome-based assessment is a challenge because we are used to memorization, memory-based assessment. That is another challenge. How to design questions. Generally, our question paper is 1 page or maximum 1.5 page because it is one line question. Describe this, define this, explain this. Why can't we give information, ask them to do something? And why should we have 100 marks assessment, 100% assessment in the semester? So we should think about outcome-based assessment and introduce formative and summative both. So, but that is a challenge. Acceptance of multidisciplinary education. We are used to only one. If I wanted to learn Satar, if I wanted to learn Bharatnatyam and also do my BSc in chemistry, why can't institutions allow me to do that? But they were not doing it. Now policy says within the next 10 years, slowly move towards multidisciplinary approach. Let the students learn what he or she wants to learn. So let the student is a cat. We are not used to that. We say we will not let the student do what he or she wants. We will tell them what is good for them. This approach must change. Technology, yes, but technology infrastructure, architecture for the whole country, for the whole institution, for the whole state must be planned and used. And for all these things, we require funding. Now we have suggested 6% of GDP, but now it is increased from 3.4% to some 4.3%. We haven't reached 6%, but I'm sure this government is deeply interested in implementing NEP. So in next year, next 1 or 2 years, that will increase to 6% of GDP. But some of these are challenges, but I'm sure these challenges can be overcome by the enthusiastic faculty, the great leadership, and the state and national level leadership as well. Thank you so much for inviting me to share some of my thoughts, because I'm really keenly interested in helping institutions to implement NEP. So they need workshops. Only talking, conducting webinars is one thing, but we have been conducting webinars for last 7 months. Now it is time that we should think seriously about designing curriculum which is geared towards NEP, designing assessment which is geared towards that, what NEP is saying, or pedagogies. Learn pedagogy. How to use different pedagogies, we have to learn, because unfortunately higher education faculty doesn't go for any degree in teaching. Now policy says the education department in the university should take up the responsibility of orienting, training faculties in all other departments. Let's see how it happens. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for inviting me. I stop here.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your lecture on various topics of NEP, and mainly about the pedagogy, evaluation system, assessment system, multidisciplinary education. So I think all the participants will get benefited, and they will read the NEP manual very carefully and try to implement them in their institute, organization, and the department. So now, for the participants, if they have any questions directly to ma'am, then they can ask. So we can take 1 or 2 questions now. So I am requesting the participants, if they have any questions related to madam's presentation, they may ask.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, you told
It was
that.
overwhelming, I think. So, no questions.
We have one. Hello?
Hello.
Sumit.
Hi. Yeah, ma'am, you told that only listening to someone is not learning. You are absolutely correct. I totally agree with that. That after analyzing and applying, only we can learn something. That this is a very right thing you told, that only listening to someone is not learning actually. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for underlining this. Okay. Okay, then we close it here. If you have questions, you can send it through Professor Prasad. How do you make education affordable to everyone? It's a right question, because that is why the funding is required, because we cannot ask our poor students, if you're poor in the sense economically poor students, to pay for it. But this policy is suggesting that you should have, say, 20,000, 25,000 students on campus, so that you can get an advantage of scale. For example, when I was the Vice Chancellor, we made available all online resources to all our students. My university had colleges, affiliated colleges in 7 states. And that is why we could afford to spend many crores of rupees in online education, online databases. But if you have only 50 students, it's not possible. If you have 50,000 students, yes, it is possible. So this policy is saying large scale universities should be created. Create facilities for students so that students go and stay there, learns, has a lot of facilities available. You should see how American universities and universities in UK and Europe. I was really surprised when I visited China first. I visited one university there, and they had subject-wise buildings, 18-floor buildings, like 20-story building. Chemistry building, I went there because I come from chemistry discipline, 20-story building for chemistry. When I did my BSc, only 2-story building and had only 2 or 3 rooms. See, poor infrastructure will not help. So we have to invest a lot of funding so that our future generation does better. Thank you. Thank you so much, because next session is already planned, and then I will stop.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll take your leave.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, your mic is off, I think. Yes.
Very good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, all the participants. So, our third lecture of first day is with us, Professor Ajay Kumar Ray. So, Professor Ray joined Bengal Engineering and Science University, Shibpur, as its Vice Chancellor from March 2009. He was on lien from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, where he served as Professor of Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering and Head, School of Medical Science and Technology. He is also the first director of Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, IIEST, Shibpur, from 4th March 2014. Currently, after his retirement from IIT Kharagpur, he is the director of JIS Institute of Advanced Studies and Research, Salt Lake, Kolkata. He has completed more than 20 research projects sponsored by several agencies like Defense Research and Development Organization, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Science and Technology, and so on. He has also worked on several consultancy projects of multinational and national industries. Professor Ray was the principal investigator of research projects sponsored by Intel Corporation during 1997 to 2004. During the course of his research project, Professor Ray was the co-inventor of 6 US patents jointly with Intel Corporation. He was also the chief investigator of a number of medical imaging projects sponsored by Texas Instruments at the School of Medical Science and Technology at IIT Kharagpur. He has co-authored more than 160 research papers in international journals and international conferences, and has authored 5 books published by international publishing houses such as John Wiley, Tata McGraw-Hill, Prentice Hall of India, and Taylor and Francis publication. Professor Ray is the fellow and member of many professional bodies and is involved with a large number of universities in their academic bodies. He has been associated with Nehru Museum of Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur, as secretary and chairman from 1991 to 2006. Professor Ray was conferred Padma Shri by the President of India in 2017. Now I am requesting Professor Ray to deliver his lecture on this faculty development program. Sir.
So very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ranjan, for the introduction. And but you missed one of the points. That is, I was also involved with NIT Sikkim and NIT Agartala for a short duration as interim director.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can see many of our colleagues here present in today's program. I just wanted to know one thing. Is it that head's room from which we were?
No, sir, this is renovated room. I think you have not seen this one.
Oh, this is a renovated room.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So, how are you all?
I'm fine and everybody is okay. So we'll invite you, okay, whenever you feel free. I think it's better now you can visit once.
Yeah, I mean, once, this COVID vaccination is over, then...
Yes, I think that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
We would be happy to see you here.
Yeah. So that's really great. So because I really like NIT Sikkim very much, and the beautiful place.
It's your NIT, sir, basically. So, but
Yeah.
we have made a lot of change after in these 3-4 years.
Yeah, I know that the director, he has very good ideas. I mean, the way the entire space has been utilized, that's a great thing. Yeah, I understand that a lot of changes have taken place. Okay, so let's now come to the actual, how I, intend to present my presentation is like this, that I will first talk about the background material, that is where we were in 1940. And then from that background material, you can see that in 2020, that is after the independence in such a not really, large span of how much India has progressed. And it's really remarkable that I must say that we have done a lot, and a lot of progress has taken place in India. And can you see it?
Yes, sir. It is not in full screen now. It will be full screen now.
So
yes.
Is it okay? Okay, so let's see first the background information. And if you feel that, okay, I should stop, then immediately please give me a signal, I will stop. The 1947, very, I mean, this is important because it's an evolution. Education in any country is an evolution. Let's see that what was the scenario when we got freedom. You will be surprised that there were only 17 universities. And the first 3 universities were started in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. And those were the first 3 universities in India, and those were started in the year of Sepoy Mutiny in 1857. When Sepoy Mutiny was taking place in India, the British government, they started these 3 universities. Later on, other universities like say BHU, etc., they came up, and we were only 17 universities in 1947. And then the number of secondary schools was also very, small, 5,297. And there were 12,843 middle schools up to class 8. Primary schools were 1,72,000 primary schools. You can just see that only 1 child out of every 3 in the age group of 6 to 11 was in school. And in secondary schools, not even 1 youth in every 20 in the age group of 14 to 17 was in school. Vocational and technical education was very, very poor. I will come to the technical education part slightly later. Both at the school and university stages, the supply of high-level trained scientific manpower was thus very, very limited in India. There was no IIT, no NIT. So far as the engineering colleges were concerned, the first 4 were in University of Roorkee, which is now IIT Roorkee. Then, B College Shibpur, that was the second one in which I was associated for almost a decade, which is now known as, IIST Shibpur. Then there was in Gindi one engineering college, and Pune Engineering College, that is College of Engineering Pune, COEP. So that is also more or less in the same time. It was all around 1850s. So imagine after that there was not much. So technical education was almost nil, so to say. Today, as of June 2020, because these slides after the new education policy was first enacted, the national education policy, it is not new because everything is new when it is started, but it's national university, education policy. And in June 2020, a lot of people, they requested me to give some kind of webinars. So since it was done in June 2020, so as of 2020 June, not much has changed since then. It's all COVID time now. 54 central universities. These are the same statistics even today. And so from then 411 state universities. So you can just see that it has really increased to a considerable extent. 123 deemed universities. Interestingly, you can see, you may not be knowing that, for example, the best university in the country today, that is IISc Bangalore, and this is still a deemed university. You will be really surprised to know, and they were granted that status in 1958. So IISc Bangalore is not a full-fledged university. This education policy says that there will be no deemed universities from now onwards. So the name deemed university will not be there. I'm sure that these universities like IISc Bangalore, Homi J. Bhabha National Institute, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, etc., Institute of Mathematical Sciences. So basically their status, because these are the best in the country. just best in the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Chennai is undoubtedly the best one in India in mathematical science. So all of them, and then they will possibly be not only not be the deemed university, but from now onwards, they will be given the status of full-fledged central university. Then we have now 282 private universities, and total number of universities then is 875. Central, state, today, deemed university, private university, all together. And it's very interesting that the state with the most universities is Rajasthan. There are 76 universities in Rajasthan. And they have also got the maximum number of private universities, that is 46. That means 30 are state universities and 46 are private universities. Anyway, so a lot of other details are there. Under MHRD, the autonomous institutes, that is the IITs, we have got 23. It is very important, NITs is 31. And there are All India Institutes of Medical Sciences, 15. Then ISARS, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research is 7. IIT, that is 23. IIMs are now government, they are not spending much money on IIMs because they are now completely autonomous so far as their finances are concerned. But if you add them up, 23 plus 31 plus 15 plus 7 plus 23, I think this comes up to almost 100. So there are IITs, NITs, etc., IIITs all together. There are 100 institutions. Other than that, there is ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. So agricultural universities, they fall under ICAR, so not under MHRD, not under the Ministry of Education. And then we have got a large number of AICTE approved engineering colleges. Let's now see that where we are moving to. It's again in the background level, 1.5 billion people will be the residents of India by 2030. That is within next 10 years, from 1.36 or 37 billion now, it will be 150, 1.5, that is 150 crores by 2030. So this is a huge change in the demography. The problem is that this is a very powerful engine of economic growth, since such a huge manpower will be a blessings to the country, as is all well known to everybody. And over the next 5 years, it is estimated that 3 out of 10 Indians will be in the age group of 18 to 22. That means out of this, say, over the next 5 years, if we have got, say, about 140 crores, then 30% of 140 means about, say, 42 crores of people, imagine, will be in the age group of 18 to 22. So 40 crores of people, youths, and that's a huge number. That's much more than majority of the European countries' total population. We will have only young populations in India of that order. With the number of colleges and universities, so this is all together 39,000, and universities means including all private and all, we have got 903. That means earlier I have talked about the IITs, NITs, they all summed up to 100. And then as you can see that state universities and private universities and central universities together, they are 903. Standing the largest in value terms after US, the education sector in India is estimated at $91 billion. This is, really amazing, and is expected to reach $101 billion in 2019. So this is from the international statistics. Let's now go back to again that before this 2020 commission, which we call as Kosturi Rangan committee. We had our first such committee, that is in 1948-49 we had bolun. Good evening. আচ্ছা, আমি একটা আমার না ক্লাস চলছে, একটু পরে ফোন করব, একটু পরে। হ্যাঁ সন্ধ্যাবেলা। So University Education Commission, so that was the first one which was started which was set up by immediately after our independence, and the first commission was under Dr. Radhakrishnan. So they have given their report, which is known as Radhakrishnan report. In 1952, so there was an important commission which was set up, and they have given, it was known as Mudaliar Commission. So those interested, they can even go through some of the recommendations of Dr. Radhakrishnan committee and Mudaliar Commission. So these are important things. The most important one was in 1964 to 66. So Dr. D.S. Kothari, so it was known as Kothari Commission. So it was quite comprehensive in nature. And then before that, the Mudaliar Commission and Radhakrishnan Commission, they were slightly earlier days. The country has just got, it was all qualitative things, but Kothari Commission had done a lot of calculations and all. And they thought about a comprehensive approach to educational reconstruction. So they have attempted to project a blueprint of a national system of education for India. So it was known as Education and National Development. So 64 means you can easily imagine that it's quite long back. And that was an important commission. From 64 or 66 to 86, for 20 years, there was no other commission. But in 1986, so the first national policy on education was enacted. That was known as the Ramamurthy Commission. So Ramamurthy Committee, the name was Challenges of Education, a Policy Perspective. So I was in IIT when this 1986, this report came up. Because before that, we were all in schools or we were not born. So the earlier commissions, but then this 86 commission was, I still remember, I have gone through this committee report, Challenge of Education, a Policy Perspective. So they have made a very important observation. I wanted to tell this background because this is very interesting, and you can see that even in 1986 in Ramamurthy Committee, they said that education in India stands at crossroads today. Neither normal linear expansion nor the existing pace and nature of improvement can meet the needs of the situation. So this is just normally, any kind of linear expansion will not work. So he thought quite rightly in advance. And then it was those days, it was a good report. Within 6 years, again, there was Janardhan Reddy Committee. It was sort of that revised program of national education policy those days. Anil Bodhia Committee, that was not exactly a big commission, that was in 2009, but then they implemented the Right to Education Act and the resultant revamping of the education. So from 86, seriously speaking, or from 1992, after about say 28 years, we have got now again another national education policy. I would like to call it as Kosturi Rangan Committee because the earlier committees were known like that. So let us first go through, because you already by this time know about, so this was the background information. Background information is important because later on we'll require this background information in the implementation of what the new education policy has talked about. So it emphasizes the criticality of early childhood education. This is very important. Although, because they have said that from the age of 3 years, I still remember that when we were small, it was thought that, okay, that very little children, say whether it is in the primary or pre-primary level, say we could not think about going to the school before the age of 4 or 5. So 4 years was just the minimum age of joining. Generally, it was 5 years. Many of us, we started our school education and in class 2 during our time. Is the early childhood education. It starts from three years. It recognizes the learning difficulties in language and mathematics, which is very, very important. One of the recommendations during the primary school years. And its impact on children. If you go back to our primary level, so people are, only some rote learning. People are, talked about how to find the LCM, HCF. Now, without really knowing that what, we know that how to do it. But then what it means, why do you do LCM? So in real life, of course, we used to have a lot of arithmetic problem, but students used to know that, okay, either you have to take the LCM or do the HCF. So so this is very important that both in language and mathematics, we have to give more stress during the early days. It appreciates the progress in enrollment and it expresses concern at our inability to retain all children in school till grade 2. So this is very true because the GER at the school level is almost now 100%. It has reached more than 91 or 92% in many states in the country. That is, initially everybody is going to school, but then that is for the midday meal and all. But then after 3-4 years, they just drop out. So up to grade 2, majority of them, they just do not go. I do not want to spend much time on the school education because this is all about, the school education. So on higher education, let us directly go because time is very less. Now, higher education, this is really a very important document. And I have observed, I have got a lot of observations on this. So one is this commission, they have talked about vibrant multidisciplinary institutions. So it is very important that the institution should be multidisciplinary. Now this term multidisciplinary has been used out of 66 pages. The commission, Kosturi Rangan Commission, they have given exactly 33 pages they have used for school education and 33 pages out of the 66 pages which are in the common domain, it is on higher education. And this multidisciplinary term has been used almost in many, many pages. That this is one of the major salient features of this recommendation. That is, it should be multidisciplinary institution. I'll come to that slightly later on. And the policy envisages an imaginative and broad-based liberal undergraduate education. I will again come to this. Please note the term that it should be liberal undergraduate education with rigorous specialization in chosen disciplines. It envisions a joyful, rigorous, and responsive curriculum. These are the same things they have been talked about in many sentences. So an important thing is it sees independent, self-governed higher education institutions. That means every institution, this is a very important point that this commission has noted, that academic institutions should have autonomy and they should be self-governed. Like nobody, I mean, there will be, the regulatory bodies, I'll come to that later on, but then it will be more or less based on the regulatory bodies recommendations. Each of the institutions, they would like to see them as self-governed higher education institutions. That means in the NITs, you will be, enjoying more of autonomy from now onwards. if the the policies are implemented, or from and when the policies are implemented. It aims to build a holistic approach. Now, this holistic term, you know that we have been using this term for such a long time. An important point was Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog. So this is an Indian education system needs inspiring leadership, which will also ensure excellence of execution. So this is a good recommendation that there will be a Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog, and possibly the Prime Minister of the country will be the chairman of this. So this will be a very high-powered committee. So this is important. Salient features, again, as I said, that it will be autonomous degree granting college. So they do not want that, there will be large universities with which a lot of colleges are attached, as is the case now, and the universities give the degrees. For example, in each state we have got the technical, like say universities of technology in almost all the states of India. So all the private engineering colleges, they are connected to that university, the state the technology university. Now, what the commission says that they should now onwards be autonomous and degree granting college. Now, this is again not a very new thing, because already we have got the autonomous colleges, lot of autonomous engineering colleges which are good in the country. I know that wherever I am working now, it's a small, it's a research university institute I have started just 1 year back. But then they have got in some of their undergraduate colleges, they are all autonomous. They can give their degrees, they can not give their final degrees, because the degrees will finally be given by the university. But then they have got the autonomy to really check out their own curriculum, teaching, everything. With appropriate accreditations, autonomous degree granting colleges, I hope that from now onwards, such colleges will be able to grant the degrees. Now, there is an important observation that all such colleges can be, or universities can evolve into research intensive or teaching intensive universities. So this is very, very important. That means if in your institute you have got more stress on research, then it should be research intensive university. Teaching will be there everywhere, but then if you have got less of research and more of teaching, then it should be teaching intensive university. And there is no separate talk about the NITs, that what will be their role. Unfortunately, there was hardly any talk about NITs in the entire document. Higher education institutes will support other higher education institutes in their development. These are all known, because after all, any higher education institution should support others. But unfortunately, in our country, it is not done. I mean, they support, but then, it is on the individual level the support goes, but then it should be regularized, and there should be some regulation so that they will be forced to support. For example, the IITs can take care of some of the, smaller engineering colleges or NITs, and to provide them support. So salient features again are the colleges will develop their capabilities and achieve minimum benchmarks. So this is very important point in academic and curricular matters. Teaching and assessment, governance reform, empowerment, and autonomy to innovate. If you just see that currently also, basically, there is not much. I mean, we are really doing more or less the same thing, teaching and assessment. Now we have got the regulatory NAC, NBA. These are the bodies who will be, looking after the benchmarks and whether the institutes are really following that or not. So that way, it is not much new in my opinion, but it's a very good recommendation, because the majority of the recommendations I found, at least since I am from IIT system, I mean, I did not find anything novel, so to say, in any of the recommendations, including by gradually phasing out the system of affiliated colleges. So, but for universities, there is a concept of affiliated colleges, college or university. So this is, in my opinion, very good thing that they have said that there should not be any affiliated college. And either you make it a full-fledged university kind of things, or you make it sort of, a part of your university. Not the term affiliated colleges will not be there. So affiliating technical university, unitary university, deemed university, etc. terms will not be there in the country after this policy is implemented. In my opinion, it is not a bad idea. It is a good idea, very good idea, provided, but only thing is, for example, in that case, there will be a huge number of universities in the whole country. Imagine that if all the colleges, suppose there are in Calcutta itself, there are, I can tell you, at least, 15 to 20 very good colleges. Now, they can be then 20 additional universities in Calcutta city itself. Similarly, in many of the good, the big cities of the country. So this is the number of universities then will be too many. And the smaller systems, in the smaller colleges, it has been said that by 2040, they have to become like these universities. Now let us come to the main thing, that is the assessment of educational approaches. So in undergraduate education, they want to integrate the humanities and arts with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So a very common term is STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And they have consistently showed positive learning outcomes if humanities is embedded with that. I agree with this recommendation that there should be humanities, but I differ in the ground that, simply having another humanities department, as this policy says, where, for example, there will be again, faculties like, say, political science, literature, history. These are very, very important things. Economics, very, very important things. And undoubtedly, they will encourage and they will really broaden the outlook of the students. But then, as you know, that even in your, say, for example, the NITs, the technology universities, even making a timetable with the subjects, that itself is a big problem. We still remember that even whether it was in IIT Kharagpur or in IIST, because let's consider the case of even my own department in electronics. It was felt that, okay, in undergraduate, the teachers used to say that, okay, these are the subjects which must be taught. But then where is the time? On top of it, in IITs, of course, the humanities is a compulsory subject. All the 8 semesters, every student has to undergo one humanities course. And the teachers used to be very, very, they never wanted that, okay, instead of such humanities courses were just, per se, the students had to attend, say, a political science. So they were attending and then not taking much of interest. They have not learned anything on economics. Instead of that, a multidisciplinary means, for example, along with that, if you add arts, which is very important, no doubt about this. But then how to integrate that is very, very important. Now, as such, the engineering institutions, especially, and the general colleges in particular, they are facing tremendous hardships so far as the finances are concerned. Now, to become a university, if one has to become truly a multidisciplinary, college, then where is the money to do it? I have calculated the whole thing, and it will be a disaster for the whole country, because until unless you have a commitment, a massive commitment of the change of the budgeting parameters, this is not going to be successful, because although this is a good thing, so far as I had also asked it to Professor Kosturirangan, whom I knew for a long time. And there was a webinar when both of us were there, and I asked him that how it will be done. So, of course, Professor Kosturirangan, he said that he is the government, they have already, committed that it will be more than, they will spend 6%. Now, 6% also will be too less an amount if you really want to change, because 6%, that is the central government budget plus the state government budgets all together. I'll come to the financial things slightly later again. Imaginative and flexible curricular structure, this is very important, and I'm sure that right now also you are constantly changing your curricular structure. And then as per the NAC guideline or NBA guidelines and all. And a very important point they have said, I agreed with it, but then many of the faculty members, they felt that, sir, this will be very difficult to implement. And that is, but I really like it. For example, there are students from truly very, underprivileged classes. They cannot continue their studies. So let there be multiple entry and multiple exit points. So after second year, they can take a break. And maybe that after 2 years again, when he can start, he can re-enter. So the teachers, those who are really, in the kind of things, I felt that this is a very good point that was talked about. But then to find out whether, as it happens in the case of scholarships and everywhere, how do you really know that, okay, he is taking the exit because of his financial conditions? It may be for a number of other things. Everybody will like that, okay, my financial condition is not good. And then how much should be this time period? It should not be arbitrary that you should take a break and then again after 2 years, anytime you start, by that time you might have forgotten what was taught in the first 2 years. So implementation of this will be multiple entry and exit points will not be very easy. And then to take care of, suppose in a class of say 50 students, if say 20 students, if they say that, okay, we would like to take a break now. So that class becomes 30. And again, after 2 years, all these 20 students, they want to come back. And in that batch, so 50 students will become 70. So there are lots of implementational hazards. So there should be the detailed regulation on this particular point so that we can really think about. But in general, I felt that for those who are coming from such, underprivileged, classes, they should be given the opportunity to have multiple entry and exit. How it can be done, whether the numbers should be, there should be a benchmark, there should be some kind of a guidance that, okay, it cannot be more than 5% of the students, this, that, and all. But then it's a good idea. So graduate level master's and doctoral education in large multidisciplinary universities, and they will provide opportunities for multidisciplinary work. Now this multidisciplinary is so important. You may be knowing that throughout my life, I have always advocated for multidisciplinary kind of education. Even when I was in IIT Kharagpur, we were the first to start a real multidisciplinary school, which was known as School of Medical Science and Technology, the first in India in 2001. Other IITs, they followed later on. So today we are going to have a big hospital attached with that, and that will again be one of the first research hospitals in the country associated with IIT Kharagpur. Now the whole point is, it's a multidisciplinary education. That means where, doctors, engineers, biologists, mathematicians, physicists, biophysics, biochemistry, everybody sits together, they discuss, and then only they can find the answer to the really complex problems of today. I am very much for this kind of multidisciplinary nature of work. And I always, because in IST Shibpur, I was there for 9 years as Vice Chancellor and Director. I used to say that you will not get any money unless 2-3 departments, they join together and you formulate a big group, good project. Because today gone are the days when you can do it together alone. You and your student, those days are gone. It has to be multidisciplinary so that it has to tackle a larger problem. I am very, very much in favor, and this is the essence and one of the most important point that this commission has talked about, Kasturi Rangan Commission, that is to make education truly multidisciplinary. But too much use of this word multidisciplinary, where possibly in some parts they have written departments in languages, literature, music, philosophy, Indology, art, dance, theater, and so many other things, sociology, economics, applied science, translation and interpretation, and other such subjects needed for a multidisciplinary stimulating Indian education and environment will be established. I really could not understand what is meant by that. This has become a complete khichdi kind of a concept. Because you cannot have see, when the institutes are not having adequate funding for doing its own job, how can you, integrate language, literature in every institution? So, and this is not exactly what we mean by multidisciplinary. If some institute, they want to really do more focus on certain areas of concept, then maybe that literature, music can be definitely, because music is integrally connected with technology today. Music and electronics, music and computer science, they can go very well together, and very good kind of, work can be done. Language is essentially connected with computer science today. For example, the natural language processing, NLP, which is one of the most important and upcoming area. So we can have in those places very good language department. But then, making everything together, I think that will be a real mess, because if you have to have so many different
Hello, sir. So, dear participants, I think there is some problem. So there is some internet issue from sir side. Sir, your mic is off, sir.
Can you, it has somehow, is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you see the,
No, no, sir. Presentation is not visible now, sir.
yeah, so this is, somehow it just, one more minute, I have to again re-enter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sharing once again, because for, so if you are not liking, please tell me.
No, sir.
Whenever I have to, stop. One of the important things that came was, just 1 minute. How far we have gone? Just 1 minute. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. But
Can
it
you
is
see
not
it?
in presentation mode. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Huh?
sir. Yes, sir. Now
Now
it is
it's
okay.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So this is, these are some of the points. So global citizenship education. So this is very important, that the challenges that we are facing today, these are all global challenges, whether it's out of COVID, and you have seen that the problems are the same almost throughout the globe. Environmental challenges, the societal challenges, the health challenges, everything is global in nature. So the global citizenship education, this is again, in my opinion, a very good idea. And so that people, they should know to be more peaceful. They should be asked to become, they should understand that they should become tolerant. They should be given the idea of inclusiveness, security, and the societies at large should be sustainable. The technology should be sustainable technology. So there are lots of such things which need to be given. I think that here, this global citizenship education, the environmental education, even value-based education, everything is very good, very well suggested. But towards the implementation, one has to be very, very careful about how to really do a good job. So far as, because a student has to also take part in sports, in games, in their health, in yoga, whatever it may be. So the implementation may be a little bit more critical. And so again, another problem that will be coming is the undergraduate degree will be either 3 or 4 year duration. Currently, the undergraduate degrees, especially in all the professional education, is 4 year duration. But now this committee says, but in BSc, etc., in general line, there it is 3 years. In my opinion, it should be made uniformly 4 year duration, uniformly. So there should not be any 3 years, because this
Hello, sir. Ajay sir, are you there? Dear participants, there are some internet issue from the speaker side. So we have already talked to sir, and he has again agreed to start tomorrow at 2:30. So the next session will be for sir's day 2, first lecture. So sir will again start from there, and there will be another 2 sessions at 3:30 and 4:30. So another announcement is that after every day's sessions, so you have to give a feedback. The feedback form will be sent to you through Google Form. So you must fill up that feedback form. And at the end of 5th day, there will be an online examination. So you have to also appear in that examination. And kindly remember that feedback form and examination is very, very important for this faculty development program. So we will meet again tomorrow at 2:25.
Yeah, so can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm sorry again, there was an interruption in the, so yeah, tomorrow then shall I start? At
Yes,
what?
I think no problem, sir. We can start 2:30 tomorrow.
Okay, so 2:30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you have time
Now,
or
I just wanted to know that is it okay that whatever
no, no problem, sir. Tomorrow we have this extra slot also. So I don't
okay,
think there is any problem to participants also.
okay, okay, okay.
But do you have you should not have any commitment prior.
No, no, tomorrow I am free. Tomorrow
Okay.
I can.
Then it's okay. Then it's okay. I think. We can start tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
In fact, just got a call from our director, sir. So he said that it appears that a lot of participants they have left. So then tomorrow we will continue. Huh?
No problem,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. 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 So all the best. So you then reach tomorrow.
Ajay, sir.
Yes.
Director sir is here.
Oh, he's here. Oh, that's
Yes,
so
yes.
nice.
From the beginning, he is here. So you are talking with director, sir. Now you can see him.
Oh, so nice. In fact, I have got now my, eye problem because so nice to, because, I mean, this is one thing I must say that in the entire country, I don't think there is any academic administrator who can do it. In such a space, how the space utilization and engineering can be done, that's truly commendable.
Sir,
That the way you have done.
Person like you only. So we have learned from you people.
No. It's all your credit completely. Because I could not even think about that. Okay, so much could be done in that space. So a special commendation, and I think that the government also should take note of it. That what could be achieved, it's surely something of a learning to many others. That when we have got some resource restrictions, then how to make use of the available resource and how to make best use of that. So you have to come to NIT Sikkim to see that. So it's a marvelous thing. I would very much like to come, but let there be.
No, definitely, sir. Let the vaccination is being done. I would be calling you here, and that's good for us also. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, then
We'll
see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay. Tomorrow at 2:30.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Sure.
We are participating.
Okay.
Tomorrow we will start from 2:30. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. This thing is, there's a lot of network issues here. Okay, so I'm leaving then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you once again, all the participants. See you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.